Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The old radio played softly in the dim living room, its tunes carrying the scent of faded memories. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sun, filtering through heavy curtains, casting long shadows on worn furniture. A floorboard creaked underfoot, an ordinary sound in an aging house, yet it resonated differently today, more deliberate, like a whispered secret. The air grew still, a silence hanging thick like a held breath, as if the walls themselves were listening. Something was undeniably out of place, and I could feel it settling in just beneath the skin. The photograph had been moved, not dramatically, just 3 inches to the left on the mantelpiece, enough to leave a clean rectangle in the dust where it once sat. I noticed these things now, the way you notice a loose thread on a sweater that wasn't there before. My fingers traced the outline where the frame had rested for months, maybe years. The woman in the photograph smiled back at me with that same enigmatic expression, her eyes following my movements like they always had, but somehow different now. More knowing. I remember thinking it started with the letters, but that's not entirely accurate, is it? Memory has a way of rearranging itself, creating beginnings where there were only middles, finding patterns in chaos. The letters came later, or perhaps they came first. Time has become fluid in this house, pooling in corners like spilled water. She used to arrange the mail so carefully. Bills in one pile, personal correspondence in another, advertisements discarded immediately. There was an order to everything, a rhythm I had grown accustomed to without really noticing. Like background music in a restaurant, you only hear it when it stops. The mail began arriving differently, not the content but the way it was handled. Envelopes opened with less precision, papers scattered rather than sorted, small changes that accumulated like sediment. The floorboard creaked again as I shifted my weight, and I found myself wondering if someone else had stood in this exact spot, noticing the same displaced photograph, feeling the same unsettling certainty that something fundamental had shifted. The house held its secrets like a closed fist, revealing them only in glimpses, in the space between what was said and what was meant. I had started paying attention to her phone calls. Not intentionally, the walls in old houses are thin, and voices carry whether you want them to or not. Her tone had changed, become more careful, more measured. The pauses between words stretched longer, filled with consideration rather than comfort. She would end conversations abruptly, the receiver settling into its cradle with a finality that seemed to echo through the rooms. There was a man's voice once, calling when she wasn't home. I answered, and he asked for her by a name I didn't recognize. Not entirely different, but close enough to make me pause. A nickname, perhaps, or a misremembering. When I said she wasn't available, he thanked me and hung up without leaving a message. The dial tone hummed in my ear like an accusation. The radio continued its soft murmuring, a jazz standard from decades past. The singer's voice was warm and familiar, crooning about love lost and found, about the way people change and stay the same. I had heard this song countless times, but today the lyrics seemed to carry additional weight, each word carefully chosen for maximum impact. Music has a way of becoming personal when you need it to, of speaking directly to your circumstances, even when it was recorded long before you were born. I began to notice her habits more closely. The way she would pause at windows, looking out at the street with an expression I couldn't quite read. Anticipation, anxiety. Her fingers would drum against the glass, a nervous rhythm that matched nothing in particular. When I would ask what she was looking at, she would turn away with a smile that never quite reached her eyes, claiming she was just watching the neighbors or admiring the trees. The photograph on the mantelpiece showed her from before we met, standing beside a lake I had never visited. She wore a white dress that caught the sunlight, her hair shorter than, her smile more spontaneous. Behind her, barely visible in the background, was a figure I had never noticed before. A man perhaps, or just a shadow created by the interplay of light and water. The image was too distant, too blurred to be certain, but once I had seen it, I couldn't stop looking. She would find me staring at the photograph sometimes, and her reaction was always the same. A slight stiffening of her shoulders, a quick glance at the image, then a gentle suggestion that we do something else. Go for a walk perhaps, or start dinner early. The diversions were subtle but consistent, as if the photograph held memories she preferred to keep private. The house began to feel different in the evenings, not threatening exactly, but charged with possibility. Every sound seemed amplified: the settling of wood, the whisper of wind through gaps in the windows, the distant hum of traffic. I found myself listening more intently, trying to separate familiar noises from potential intrusions. The line between paranoia and awareness became increasingly difficult to navigate. There were evenings when she would excuse herself early, claiming fatigue or a headache. I would hear her moving around upstairs, the soft creak of floorboards marking her path from room to room. Sometimes the sounds would stop for long periods, as if she were standing perfectly still, listening to the same silence that filled my own ears. When I would call up to ask if she needed anything, her response would come after a pause just long enough to be noticeable. The mail continued to arrive in its altered state. Letters opened hastily, their contents consumed with an urgency that seemed disproportionate to their apparent importance. Bills and advertisements mostly, the same mundane correspondence that fills every mailbox. But she would read them as if they contained secrets, her eyes scanning each line with careful attention. When I would ask about anything important, she would shake her head, but her fingers would linger on the papers as if reluctant to let them go. I started keeping track of small things. Not deliberately, the mind simply begins to catalog inconsistencies when they accumulate beyond a certain threshold. The coffee cup left in unusual places, the way certain drawers were never quite closed completely, the books that appeared and disappeared from the bedside table without explanation. Individual incidents that meant nothing, but together formed a pattern I couldn't ignore. The photograph had been taken by someone else, obviously. Someone who knew her well enough to capture that particular smile, who understood the right angle and timing to freeze that moment beside the lake. I found myself wondering about the photographer, about their relationship to the woman in the white dress. A friend, a lover, a stranger who happened to be passing by. The possibilities multiplied in my mind, each one carrying different implications. She began to receive phone calls at odd hours, not late enough to be truly unusual, but outside the normal rhythm of our days. The conversations were brief and conducted in tones too low for me to follow, even when I was in the same room. She would turn away slightly, creating a pocket of privacy in our shared space. The calls would end with simple goodbyes, no terms of endearment or promises to speak again soon. There were nights when I would wake to find her side of the bed empty, the sheets still warm but cooling. The house would be quiet except for the familiar sounds of old wood and settling foundations. I would lie still, listening for movement, for any indication of where she had gone or why. Sometimes I would hear the soft whisper of bare feet on hardwood, a gentle padding that seemed to circle through the downstairs rooms before returning up the stairs. The radio played the same song again, or perhaps it was a different version by another artist. The melody was identical, but the interpretation carried subtle variations that changed its emotional impact. Slower, more melancholy, with pauses that allowed the silence to speak as loudly as the words. I found myself listening to these gaps, trying to read meaning into the spaces between notes. The man's voice called again, this time when she was home. I heard her answer, heard the change in her tone from neutral greeting to something more complex. Relief, concern. The conversation lasted longer this time, conducted entirely in the kitchen while I remained in the living room. Her voice rose and fell in patterns that suggested both question and answer, as if she were participating in a dialogue I could only hear one side of. When she returned to the living room, her expression was carefully composed, the kind of studied normalness that draws attention to itself. She settled beside me on the sofa, close enough to touch but somehow more distant than before. The air between us felt charged with unspoken words, with explanations that hung just beyond reach. I wanted to ask about the call, but something in her posture suggested the question would not be welcome. The photograph continued to occupy my thoughts, its details becoming more vivid with each examination. The white dress, the lake, the mysterious figure in the background. I began to construct stories around the image, imagining the circumstances that led to that moment beside the water. A vacation, perhaps, or a special occasion. The kind of day that feels significant enough to document, to preserve for future reference. But photographs lie as often as they tell the truth. They capture single moments stripped of context, frozen expressions that may have lasted only seconds. The smile in the image could have been genuine joy or polite cooperation. The relaxed posture could have masked tension or uncertainty. Without the before and after, without the words that preceded and followed the click of the shutter, the photograph remained a beautiful mystery. The house seemed to be listening more intently now, as if the walls had developed an awareness of the subtle changes taking place within them. Every sound carried further, every silence lasted longer. I found myself moving more quietly, speaking more softly, as if volume might somehow disturb the delicate balance that held everything together. The floorboards had their own vocabulary, creaking in different tones depending on weight and intention. She began to go out more frequently, offering explanations that were perfectly reasonable but somehow incomplete. Errands that took longer than expected, appointments that required more preparation than seemed necessary, friends who needed help with unspecified problems. Each absence was justified, but the pattern felt significant in ways I couldn't articulate. The radio had become a constant presence, its soft music filling the spaces between conversation. Jazz standards and classical pieces, the kind of sophisticated background noise that creates atmosphere without demanding attention. But I had begun to listen more carefully, to notice the way certain songs seemed to affect her mood, the way she would pause whatever she was doing when particular melodies began to play. There was a song about memory, about the way the past refuses to stay buried, about how love and loss intertwine until they become indistinguishable. The singer's voice was haunting, filled with the kind of world-weary wisdom that comes from experience rather than observation. When this song played, she would grow still, her hands stopping whatever task they had been performing, her eyes focusing on something beyond the immediate present. I started to pay attention to the mail more systematically, not opening anything that wasn't addressed to me, but observing the flow of correspondence, the return addresses, the thickness of envelopes. Most of it was routine utilities, credit cards, charitable organizations seeking donations, but occasionally there would be something different. A letter with no return address or one postmarked from a location I didn't recognize. These would disappear quickly, consumed with the same urgent attention I had noticed before. The photograph had become a focal point, a fixed star around which my thoughts orbited. I found myself studying it at different times of day, noting how changing light affected its appearance, how shadows could emphasize or obscure various details. In morning light, the figure in the background seemed more substantial, more clearly human. In evening dimness, it dissolved into suggestion, becoming whatever the viewer's imagination required it to be. She caught me examining the photograph once, standing close enough to see the concentration on my face. Her reaction was immediate but subtle, a quick intake of breath, a slight stiffening of her posture. She didn't ask what I was looking at, didn't demand an explanation for my scrutiny. Instead, she simply stood beside me for a moment, looking at the image as if seeing it for the first time in years. The silence stretched between us, filled with questions neither of us was prepared to ask. Finally, she reached out and adjusted the frame, moving it back to its original position, erasing the clean rectangle in the dust that had started this entire chain of observation. Her fingers lingered on the glass for a moment, tracing the outline of her younger self with gentle precision. The phone calls became more frequent, arriving with a regularity that suggested scheduling rather than spontaneity. She would glance at the clock before answering, as if confirming the timing met her expectations. The conversations remained brief and private, conducted in tones that carried emotional weight without revealing specific content. I began to recognize the rhythm of these exchanges, the way they would build to some kind of conclusion before ending with careful politeness. There were moments when I would catch her staring at nothing, her eyes focused on empty air as if reading invisible text. Her expression during these episodes was difficult to interpret, not sad exactly, but weighted with consideration. When I would ask what she was thinking about, she would return to the present with a slight start, as if surprised to find herself back in our shared reality. The house had developed its own rhythm, a pattern of sounds and silences that marked the passage of time more reliably than any clock. The radio's soft murmur, the whisper of settling wood, the distant hum of appliances performing their designated functions. Against this background, any deviation became significant, a door closing with unusual force, footsteps that paused too long in doorways, the absence of familiar sounds that should have been present. I found myself creating explanations for everything, constructing narratives that would make sense of the accumulated inconsistencies. Perhaps she was planning a surprise. Perhaps she was dealing with a family crisis she didn't want to burden me with. Perhaps the changes I was noticing were entirely in my imagination, the product of too much attention paid to insignificant details. But explanations that require such effort to maintain rarely prove satisfactory in the end. The photograph continued to draw my attention, its mysteries deepening rather than resolving with continued study. The lake behind her seemed familiar now, as if I had visited it in dreams or seen it in other images. The white dress caught light in a way that suggested professional photography, or at least someone with an understanding of composition and timing. This wasn't a casual snapshot, but a deliberately crafted image, created with intention and care. She began to rearrange things with increasing frequency. Not major changes, just subtle adjustments that altered the feel of familiar spaces. A lamp moved to a different table, books reshuffled on their shelves, furniture shifted by inches, enough to change traffic patterns through rooms without dramatically altering their appearance. Each modification was small enough to seem accidental, but their accumulation suggested purpose. The radio played that haunting song about memory again, and this time she didn't just pause, she stopped entirely, standing perfectly still in the center of the room as the melody washed over us. Her eyes closed, and for a moment her face carried an expression of such profound sadness that I felt like an intruder witnessing something intensely private. When the song ended, she opened her eyes and smiled, but the sadness lingered beneath the surface like a stain that couldn't be completely removed. The man called once more, and this time I answered while she was upstairs. His voice was warm, familiar in a way that suggested long acquaintance. He asked for her using that same alternative name, and when I hesitated, he seemed to understand immediately. There was a pause, filled with the kind of recognition that comes from suddenly understanding a complex situation. He thanked me politely and hung up without explanation, leaving me holding a receiver that hummed with implications I couldn't decode. When I told her about the call, her reaction was carefully controlled. A slight nod, a murmured acknowledgement, a quick change of subject to something more immediate and practical. But her hands betrayed her composure, fingers fidgeting with objects that didn't need adjustment, touching surfaces that were already clean. The call had meant something significant, something she wasn't prepared to share. The house felt different after that conversation, as if the man's voice had somehow altered its fundamental character. Rooms that had been comfortable now seemed expectant. Shadows that had been familiar now carried suggestion. The radio's soft music took on an almost conspiratorial quality, as if it were providing soundtrack for events I wasn't fully aware of. Even the dust motes in the afternoon sunlight seemed to dance with greater purpose. I began to wonder about the life she had lived before we met, about the experiences and relationships that had shaped her into the woman I thought I knew. Everyone carries a history, of course, but hers had always seemed particularly private, shared in carefully selected fragments rather than complete narratives. The photograph beside the lake was one of the few concrete pieces of evidence from her past, and even that raised more questions than it answered. The letters continued to arrive and disappear with mechanical regularity. Open, read, disposed of with efficiency that suggested routine rather than surprise. I found myself wondering about their contents, about what information could be so consistently important yet so carefully concealed. Bills could be discussed, social correspondence could be shared, only secrets required such systematic privacy. She started sleeping differently, her rest punctuated by movements that seemed purposeful rather than unconscious. She would shift positions with deliberate care, as if trying to avoid disturbing something more fragile than sleep. Sometimes I would sense her wakefulness beside me, her breathing too controlled to be natural, her stillness too complete to be restful. But when I would ask if she was all right, she would murmur reassurances that satisfied the question without addressing its underlying concern. The photograph had been moved again, not to its original position, but to a new location entirely, the small table beside her chair, where she could see it while reading or listening to the radio. The change felt significant, like a statement or a decision. The image that had been part of the room's general decoration had become something more personal, more immediate. The woman in the white dress now watched over our daily activities with greater proximity and presence. I found myself studying her face as she looked at the photograph, trying to read the emotions that played across her features like shadows on water. There was recognition, certainly, but also something more complex, regret, longing, the kind of complicated nostalgia that comes from remembering happiness that carried hidden costs. Her fingers would trace the frame's edges while she looked, following its boundaries as if trying to contain whatever memories the image contained. The radio had become a kind of oracle, its random selections seeming to comment on our situation with uncanny accuracy. Songs about separation and reunion, about the difficulty of maintaining connection across distance and time, about the way love can survive even when circumstances make it impossible to express. I began to listen to the music with the same attention I paid to everything else, searching for clues in melody and lyric. The phone calls evolved into a more complex pattern. Sometimes she would answer immediately as if she had been waiting. Other times she would let it ring several times before picking up as if gathering courage or composure. The conversations themselves remained opaque, but their emotional tenor was becoming clearer. There was affection in her voice, but also caution, warmth tempered by uncertainty, the tone of someone navigating between desire and responsibility. There were afternoons when she would sit by the window for long periods, her attention focused on the street with an intensity that suggested she was waiting for something specific. Not watching the general flow of neighborhood activity, but looking for a particular person or event. Her posture during these vigils was alert but patient, like someone accustomed to waiting, but still hopeful that the wait might end. The house had become a kind of stage, with all of us herself, myself, the mysterious caller, even the woman in the photograph playing roles in a drama whose script remained hidden. Every gesture carried potential meaning. Every word was weighted with implication. The ordinary activities of daily life continued, but underneath them ran a current of tension that made even mundane moments feel significant. I started to understand that some questions create more problems than they solve. The urge to know everything, to have complete transparency, can destroy the very thing it seeks to protect. Sometimes love requires a certain amount of faith, a willingness to trust despite incomplete information. But the line between healthy discretion and dangerous deception is not always easy to identify, especially when you're standing on it. The photograph seemed to pulse with life now, its static image somehow more dynamic than the moving world around it. The woman in the white dress had become a presence in our home, her smile a constant reminder that the past never truly disappears, that it continues to influence the present in ways both obvious and subtle. The mysterious figure in the background had grown clearer through repeated observation, resolving into the definite shape of a man, though his identity remained obscured by distance and shadow. She began to talk in her sleep, murmuring words I couldn't quite distinguish, but whose emotional content was unmistakable. There was tenderness in these unconscious conversations, but also conflict. She seemed to be working through complex feelings, trying to reconcile competing loyalties or desires. Her sleeping self was more transparent than her waking persona, revealing struggles she kept carefully hidden during conscious hours. The man called one final time, and this time she was ready for him. She answered on the first ring, her voice carrying a resolution that hadn't been there before. The conversation was longer than previous ones, punctuated by silences that felt heavy with significance. I could hear the rise and fall of her voice from the next room, could sense the emotional weight of whatever was being discussed, but the specific words remained beyond my reach. When she returned to the living room, she moved with the careful precision of someone who has made a difficult decision. She sat beside me on the sofa, closer than she had in weeks, and for a moment I thought she might finally explain everything. Instead, she simply took my hand and held it, her fingers intertwining with mine in a gesture that felt both intimate and final. The radio continued its soft commentary, now playing a song about acceptance, about learning to live with uncertainty, about finding peace in the space between what we know and what we can never fully understand. The melody was gentle but insistent, like a lullaby that acknowledges the darkness while promising that morning will eventually come. The photograph watched over us from its new position, the woman in the white dress smiling her enigmatic smile, the mysterious figure in the background maintaining his shadowy presence. The image had become a kind of shrine, a focal point for memories and emotions that couldn't be expressed in words. Whatever story it told, whatever truth it contained, remained locked within its frozen moment beside the lake. The afternoon light was fading now, the dust motes in the sunbeam moving more slowly, as if the air itself was growing thick with approaching evening. The house settled into its familiar rhythm of creaks and whispers, the sounds of old wood and older secrets. Tomorrow would bring new mysteries, new questions, new opportunities for understanding or misunderstanding. But for now, in this moment, suspended between revelation and concealment, between truth and fiction, between what was and what might be, there was only the soft music from the radio, the warm pressure of her hand in mine, and the gentle weight of all the things we had chosen not to say. The old radio played softly in the dim living room, its tunes carrying the scent of faded memories. The photograph remained in its new position, 3 inches to the left of where it had started this journey of observation and speculation. And somewhere in the space between what I knew and what I suspected, between what she had revealed and what she had kept hidden, the truth continued to exist, patient, persistent, and perhaps more beautiful for remaining just beyond reach. Story 2. The latch was fastened when inspected at 800 hours. Contents remained in apparent order, with cleaning supplies aligned methodically on each shelf. A mop and bucket were positioned left of the entrance, displaying no evident use. The overhead neon light flickered at irregular intervals, though the switch was confirmed in the off position. A solitary fly moved within, defying the closed atmosphere. The floor was slightly damp, yet the bucket stayed dry. Inventory was unchanged. No items were borrowed or replaced. The air felt warmer than the recorded temperature of adjacent spaces. The door was locked. No key was missing. I wrote that report with absolute certainty. Every detail documented, every observation recorded with the precision my training demanded. The custodial closet had been secured, untouched, exactly as protocol required. Nothing was wrong, nothing was missing, nothing had happened. The facility operated like clockwork, and I took pride in maintaining that order. 23 years of service had taught me to notice everything, to document everything, to trust the evidence before my eyes. The morning inspection was routine, mechanical almost. I unlocked the door, swept my gaze across the interior, noted what needed noting, and moved on to the next checkpoint. But now, sitting here months later, I find myself returning to that report again and again. The words feel different somehow, as if they're describing something I never actually witnessed. The certainty I felt that morning has begun to crack, revealing questions I never thought to ask. It started when I realized I couldn't remember unlocking the door. The memory should be there, clear and simple. Key in hand, metal sliding against metal, the familiar click of tumblers falling into place. But when I reach for that moment, I find only the sensation of a handle turning, the door swinging open on well-oiled hinges. Had someone already unlocked it? Had I forgotten to secure it the night before? The doubt crept in slowly, like water seeping through concrete. First the lock, then other details began to shift in my memory. The cleaning supplies on the shelves, aligned so methodically, too methodically perhaps. In all my years of service, I'd never seen the custodial staff arrange anything with such precision. They were efficient, certainly, but not obsessive. Yet there they were, bottles and containers positioned with mathematical exactness, labels facing outward at identical angles. I told myself it meant nothing. Perhaps a new employee eager to impress. Perhaps a supervisor had conducted their own inspection, reorganizing as they went. Reasonable explanations existed for everything I'd observed. But the mop troubled me. I'd written that it displayed no evident use, positioned beside the bucket as if waiting for deployment. The fibers were dry, the handle unmarked by wet hands. A clean mop in a supply closet should have been unremarkable, yet something about its placement nagged at me. It stood too straight, too perfectly positioned, as if someone had placed it there deliberately, carefully, with purpose beyond simple storage. The bucket beside it was equally pristine, bone dry despite the dampness I'd noted on the floor. Water doesn't appear from nowhere, doesn't evaporate selectively. If the floor was damp, something had made it so. yet every potential source of moisture remained untouched, unused. I began to question my own observations. Had the floor truly been damp, or had I imagined the sensation through my shoes? Memory is unreliable, I knew this. Witnesses convince themselves they've seen things that never happened, felt things that never were. Perhaps the dampness had been nothing more than the power of suggestion, my mind creating evidence where none existed. The flickering light haunted my thoughts most of all. Electrical systems follow rules, predictable patterns of cause and effect. A light doesn't flicker when the switch is off, not unless something fundamental has gone wrong with the wiring. Yet I'd tested the switch myself, confirmed its position, verified that it should have cut power to the fixture entirely. The fluorescent tube continued its irregular dance, casting shifting shadows across the small space. I'd reported it as a maintenance issue, naturally. The next morning, an electrician spent 20 minutes in the closet with his testing equipment. He found nothing wrong. The light worked perfectly, responding to the switch as designed. No loose connections, no faulty components, no explanation for the behavior I'd witnessed. He looked at me with the patient expression reserved for aging employees who might be losing their edge. "Sometimes these old fixtures play tricks on you," he said, his tone carefully neutral, "especially when you're tired." But I hadn't been tired. I'd been alert, focused, performing a routine I'd completed thousands of times before. The light had flickered, I was certain of it, almost certain. The fly bothered me more than it should have. A single insect in a closed space isn't unusual, not really. Flies find their way into buildings through countless tiny openings, survive in environments that seem impossible. But this one moved with purpose, circling the small room in steady patterns as if following some invisible map. I watched it for several minutes, noting how it avoided the corners, how it seemed drawn to the center of the space. When I mentioned it in my report, I'd written that it defied the closed atmosphere. What had I meant by that? The words felt foreign now, too dramatic for a simple pest sighting. Yet I remembered the feeling that accompanied the observation, a sense that the fly's presence meant something more than random chance. I started visiting the closet more frequently, always finding reasons to pass by during my rounds. The door remained locked, the contents undisturbed, everything exactly as it should be. But the space felt different each time, as if it were slowly changing in ways too subtle to document. The temperature readings never varied from adjacent areas, yet the air inside always felt warmer against my skin. Not uncomfortably so, just enough to notice, like stepping from air conditioning into mild sunshine. I brought a thermometer on several occasions, confirming what the official sensors recorded. The numbers matched perfectly. The sensation persisted. Colleagues began to notice my preoccupation. Subtle glances when I lingered too long near the closet, gentle questions about my focus during meetings. I tried to explain the inconsistencies I'd observed, the details that didn't align with logical explanation. They listened politely, offered reasonable theories, suggested I might be overthinking a routine inspection. Their certainty began to erode my own. Perhaps the lock had been difficult that morning, requiring extra effort that I'd forgotten in the routine of documentation. Perhaps the cleaning supplies had been reorganized for inventory purposes, the precision a result of administrative requirements rather than human obsession. Perhaps the mop and bucket had been cleaned and returned to storage, their unused appearance simply evidence of proper maintenance. But even as I accepted these explanations, part of me remained unconvinced. The details felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate, like a photograph with shadows falling in impossible directions. Everything appeared normal on the surface, yet the underlying reality seemed to shift whenever I wasn't looking directly at it. I began to wonder if I was the problem. 23 years of service, thousands of inspections, countless reports filed without question or doubt. Had I finally reached the point where routine had dulled my perception, where familiarity had bred not contempt but confusion? Was I seeing mysteries where none existed, creating puzzles from mundane observations? The thought terrified me more than any external threat. If I couldn't trust my own senses, my own memory, then everything I'd built my career upon became suspect. Every report I'd filed, every observation I'd recorded, every decision I'd made based on evidence before my eyes might be equally unreliable. I requested the security footage from that morning, hoping electronic eyes might provide clarity where human perception had failed. The request was processed through proper channels, reviewed by appropriate supervisors, and ultimately denied. The footage existed, I was assured, but access required justification beyond routine verification. No crime had been reported, no incident documented, no reason to review what had already been properly recorded through official channels. The denial felt like confirmation of something I couldn't name. If nothing had happened in the closet, if everything was exactly as it should be, then why restrict access to evidence that would prove it? The bureaucratic explanation made perfect sense. Resources were limited, protocols existed for good reasons, privacy concerns required careful consideration. Yet beneath the logical framework I sensed something else. Reluctance, perhaps, or protection. I started paying attention to who else had access to the closet, whose duties might require entry to the space. The custodial staff, obviously, though they rarely worked during my shift. Maintenance personnel for repairs and inspections. Administrative staff for inventory purposes. Security personnel for routine checks. A surprisingly long list when I actually counted. Dozens of people with legitimate reasons to enter the space, any of whom might have been present that morning before my inspection. Yet none of the schedules I could access showed activity in that area, no work orders or maintenance requests that would explain the inconsistencies I'd observed. I began to suspect that someone had been in the closet that morning, someone whose presence wasn't officially recorded. The thought should have alarmed me, should have triggered immediate investigation and reporting. Instead, I found myself hesitating, uncertain of what exactly I would report or to whom. The evidence was too subtle, too easily explained away. A locked door that might not have been locked, supplies arranged too neatly by someone with obsessive tendencies, a mop and bucket positioned for convenience rather than storage, a light malfunctioning in ways that couldn't be replicated, a fly that had wandered in through some microscopic gap. None of it proved anything, all of it felt wrong. I started watching the people around me differently, looking for signs of knowledge they shouldn't possess, behavior that didn't quite fit their roles. Colleagues who asked too many questions about my inspection routines. Supervisors who seemed unusually interested in my report from that morning. Custodial staff who avoided eye contact when I passed them in the corridors. Paranoia, I told myself, the natural result of overthinking a routine situation until it became something sinister. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger each time I encountered someone with access to the closet, someone who might know more than they were willing to share. The worst part was the growing suspicion that I might be one of them. What if I had been in the closet that morning before my official inspection? What if I had unlocked the door, entered the space, done something I couldn't remember, then convinced myself I was discovering the scene for the first time? Memory gaps weren't unusual at my age. Stress could cause all sorts of cognitive issues, and the routine nature of my work might have created a kind of automatic behavior that bypassed conscious awareness. The possibility that I was both observer and participant, victim and perpetrator of whatever had happened in that closet, began to consume my thoughts. I found myself checking and rechecking my own schedules, looking for time I couldn't account for, activities I might have forgotten. The documentation was thorough, as always, but documentation could be falsified, especially by the person responsible for creating it. I no longer trusted my own reports. The closet remained locked, its contents undisturbed, everything exactly as my inspection had found it. But the questions multiplied with each passing day, spreading like cracks through concrete until the entire foundation of my certainty began to crumble. What had I really seen that morning? What had I really documented? What had I convinced myself was true? The answers felt simultaneously within reach and impossibly distant, like trying to focus on something in peripheral vision that disappears the moment you look directly at it. The truth was there, I was certain of it, almost certain. But certainty, I was learning, is a luxury I could no longer afford. The investigation continues, though I'm no longer sure who is investigating whom, or what we're really looking for in that small, warm room where flies circle endlessly and lights flicker in the darkness. The door remains locked, the key accounted for, the contents unchanged. And somewhere in the space between what I observed and what I remember, between what I documented and what I believed, the real story waits to be discovered. Story 3. The lock didn't catch this time. My fingers traced the familiar contour of the worn brass, but the usual click was absent, the silence seeping into my skin like cold air. As I stepped inside, the walls seemed to hold their breath, an invisible weight pressing down on the carpet, resisting the natural rhythm of my footsteps. Shadows lay scattered in disarray, refusing to align with the soft amber glow filtering through the half-drawn blinds. I reached for the cord of the ceiling lamp, expecting its gentle sway, but it remained still, as if frozen in time. A draft whispered against the back of my neck, not quite a chill, but a tremor of something unspoken lingering in the air, leaving me questioning if I had ever left at all. The smell comes first, always the smell, sweet and metallic like copper pennies left in the rain. It clings to the back of my throat even now, sitting here trying to piece together what happened in that place. What I did or didn't do, what I saw or thought I saw. I keep telling myself to start from the beginning, but where is that exactly? The day I moved in, the first time I noticed the sound in the walls, or maybe it goes back further to childhood, to something I've been running from without knowing it. The wallpaper was peeling near the baseboard. I remember crouching down, pressing my palm against the loose edge, feeling the adhesive still tacky underneath. Someone had tried to fix it before me. There were layers beneath layers, patterns bleeding through patterns, creating shapes that shouldn't exist. You hear it too, don't you? The voice comes from somewhere behind my left shoulder, but when I turn in my memory, there's no one there. Just the window with its half-drawn blinds, casting those impossible shadows that never seem to match the furniture. My hands shake when I try to remember what came next. The doctor says it's trauma response, but I know it's something else. It's my body remembering what my mind won't let me see. There was a photograph on the mantelpiece, I'm certain of that. A face I recognized but couldn't place, smiling at something just outside the frame. The glass was cracked down the middle, splitting the image into two versions of the same person. One half looked familiar, the other looked like a stranger. I used to walk through those rooms at all hours, checking and rechecking the locks, testing the windows, making sure everything was secure. But secure from what? From whom? The more I patrolled, the more I realized the danger wasn't trying to get in. It was already there. The floorboards creaked in a specific pattern. 3 short groans, then a long sigh, like the house was trying to tell me something in Morse code. I mapped those sounds, learned to navigate by them in the dark, but I never deciphered their meaning. Are you listening now? That voice again, closer this time. I can almost feel breath on my neck, but when I reach back, my fingers find only empty air and the faint warmth of my own skin. The basement door was always locked. I had the key on my keychain right next to the front door key, but I never used it, never wanted to use it. Some instinct told me that whatever was down there should stay down there, but instincts can be wrong, can't they? Or maybe they're the only thing that's right. I found myself standing at that door more often than I care to admit. My hand would hover over the lock, key poised, while something deep in my chest pulled me forward and pushed me back at the same time. The wood was older than the rest of the house, darker, with scratches near the handle that looked almost like letters. Like someone had been trying to spell something. The neighbors never looked at me directly. I noticed that after the first week. They would wave, smile, make small talk about the weather, but their eyes would slide past my face, focusing on my shoulder or the space just above my head, as if seeing me required too much effort. Or as if they were afraid of what they might see looking back. You're not remembering it right. The voice is patient now, almost kind, like a teacher correcting a slow student. But I am remembering it right, aren't I? These fragments are all I have left, these scattered pieces of a puzzle that keeps changing shape every time I try to put it together. There was music playing somewhere in the house, always the same melody, faint and tinny, like it was coming from an old radio with poor reception. I searched every room, every closet, every corner where a speaker might hide, but I never found the source. The tune would fade when I got close and grow stronger when I walked away. It sounded like a lullaby, the kind mothers sing to children who can't sleep. The mirror in the bathroom reflected everything except me. I could see the shower curtain, the towel rack, the small window with its frosted glass, but where my face should have been was just empty space. I told myself it was the lighting, the angle, a trick of perspective. I told myself a lot of things. My reflection started appearing gradually, like a photograph developing in slow motion. First just the outline of my shoulders, then the shape of my head, then features filling in one by one. But they weren't quite right. The eyes were too wide, the mouth too small, the expression too knowing. Like it was someone else wearing my face. Remember the basement. No, I don't want to remember the basement. I want to remember the good things, the normal things, the reasons I thought that place could be home. The way sunlight fell across the kitchen table in the afternoon, the sound of rain on the roof, the feeling of safety I had those first few nights before everything changed. But the voice won't let me forget. It pulls me back down into the dark spaces I've tried so hard to avoid. The key turned easily, too easily, like the lock had been waiting for me, like it wanted to be opened. The stairs descended into blackness that seemed to swallow the beam of my flashlight. Each step echoed strangely, as if the sound was bouncing off surfaces that shouldn't exist. At the bottom, I found a room that was bigger than the house above it. That's impossible, of course. Houses don't work that way. Space doesn't work that way. But impossible things have their own logic, and in that place, that logic was stronger than physics. The walls were covered with the same photographs, hundreds of them, thousands, the same face, the same cracked glass, the same split smile staring back at me from every angle. Some were older, faded with age. Others looked fresh, still wet from the developer. In the center of the room was a chair. "Sit down." I don't remember walking toward it. I don't remember making the choice. But suddenly I was there, my hand resting on the worn fabric, feeling the impression left by someone else's body. Someone who had sat there for a long time. Someone who might still be sitting there. The copper smell was stronger in the basement. It rose from the floor, seeped from the walls, filled my lungs until I could taste it on my tongue. Sweet and metallic and familiar in a way that made my stomach clench. I had smelled it before, not just in that house, but somewhere else, somewhere earlier, a memory wrapped in shadows, buried so deep I had almost convinced myself it never happened. Almost. The photographs began to move, subtle at first, just a shift in expression, a slight turn of the head, then more dramatic changes, the face aging and growing younger, smiling and frowning, looking at me and looking through me. A stop-motion film played out across the walls, telling a story I didn't want to understand. "Do you see now? I saw, God help me, I saw." The face in the photographs was mine, all of them, every single one, taken over years, decades, maybe longer, documenting changes I didn't remember, moments I couldn't recall, a life I had never lived but somehow belonged to me. And in the newest ones, the ones that were still drying, I was sitting in the chair, in that basement, staring at those same photographs with the same expression of dawning horror I felt spreading across my face. How long had I been there? How long had I been coming back to that place, forgetting and remembering and forgetting again? How many times had I discovered the basement, the photographs, the truth that my mind kept trying to protect me from? The lock upstairs didn't catch because I had never really left. The shadows fell wrong because they were cast by someone who wasn't entirely there. The neighbors couldn't look at me because I was becoming transparent, fading a little more each time I tried to escape. Time to go back up now. The voice wasn't coming from behind me anymore. It was coming from inside my own throat, spoken in my own voice by the part of me that understood what the rest of me refused to accept. I climbed the stairs. I walked through the rooms with their peeling wallpaper and impossible acoustics. I approached the front door with its worn brass lock and traced the familiar contour with my fingers. The usual click was absent. The silence seeped into my skin like cold air as I stepped inside, the walls holding their breath, shadows scattered in disarray. I reached for the cord of the ceiling lamp, but it remained still, frozen in time. A draft whispered against the back of my neck, a tremor of something unspoken, leaving me questioning if I had ever left at all. The smell comes first, always the smell, sweet and metallic like copper pennies left in the rain. And I know that tomorrow, or what passes for tomorrow in this place, I will try to remember again. I will piece together these fragments, search for meaning in the patterns, convince myself that this time will be different. But the lock won't catch. It never does, story 4. I stood at the doorway, the room before me bathed in a static glow that should have felt comforting, yet didn't. The lamp in the corner, steadfast as a watchful eye, cast long shadows that refused to settle. The silence was thick, broken only by the faint buzz of the filament, a sound that never varied. but the stillness was deceptive. It wore the guise of peace while tension simmered beneath it. I waited, breath shallow, as if something unseen held its breath with me. Then, almost imperceptibly, the light flickered, not the lamp, but the reflection on the glass. Something shifted outside, leaving only a lingering uncertainty in its wake. The photograph had been moved. I know this now with the same certainty I know my own pulse, though I cannot say when I first noticed. It sat on the mantelpiece where it always sat, yet somehow different, tilted perhaps, or shifted an inch to the left. Such a small thing, but small things accumulate like sediment in still water, building layers of doubt that eventually become impossible to ignore. When did the suspicion start? Memory plays tricks, folds back on itself like origami made of smoke. I remember the sound of footsteps in the hallway above, measured and deliberate, though I lived alone. I remember the way the coffee cup sat on the kitchen counter, handle turned toward the window when I always turned it toward the wall. These details anchor themselves in my consciousness, demanding attention I'm not sure they deserve. The house had belonged to my aunt, inherited along with her collection of ceramic birds and the persistent smell of lavender that clung to the curtains. She had been a careful woman, methodical in her habits, and perhaps I inherited more than just her possessions. The neighbors spoke of her kindly, mentioned her evening walks, her tendency to pause at their windows with a smile and wave. They never mentioned anything else. But houses hold secrets the way fabric holds scent, invisible yet undeniably present. I found myself studying the floorboards for signs of wear, tracing patterns in the wallpaper that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The basement door, painted white like all the others, somehow felt different beneath my palm, warmer, as if something behind it generated its own heat. The first letter arrived on a Tuesday, slipped through the mail slot while I was upstairs sorting through boxes of my aunt's belongings. No return address, my name written in careful block letters that reminded me of architectural drawings. Inside, a single sentence: she knew you would come. The paper felt expensive, heavier than ordinary stationery, and smelled faintly of something I couldn't identify, not perfume, not cologne, but something organic and earthy. I carried that letter with me for days, folding and unfolding it until the creases became permanent scars across the words. Who was she? My aunt, presumably, but the pronoun felt loaded with implication, suggesting knowledge I didn't possess. The letter writer remained a phantom, someone who knew my address, knew my connection to this house, knew things about my aunt that I apparently didn't. The ceramic birds watched from their perches on every available surface, their painted eyes following my movements with glassy persistence. My aunt had collected them obsessively, hundreds of them in various poses of flight or rest. Robins, cardinals, owls, species I couldn't identify, all frozen in porcelain permanence. I found myself talking to them sometimes, explaining my daily routines as if they might report back to some unseen observer. Sleep became elusive, interrupted by sounds that might have been settling wood or might have been something else entirely. The house groaned and whispered in the dark, a vocabulary I was slowly learning to interpret. 3 creaks meant the temperature was dropping. A single thud from the attic meant the wind was picking up. But what did it mean when I heard what sounded like a door closing softly, followed by silence so complete it felt deliberate? The second letter arrived exactly 7 days after the first, same handwriting, same expensive paper. The birds remember everything, it said, and I found myself staring at the ceramic collection with new suspicion. They were just objects, mass-produced decorations sold in gift shops and catalogs. Yet something about their arrangement felt intentional, as if they had been positioned to observe specific areas of each room. I began moving them, small adjustments at first, turning a cardinal to face the wall, relocating a sparrow from the kitchen windowsill to the dining room table. but each morning they seemed to have shifted back, not to their exact original positions, but close enough to make me question my memory. Had the owl on the bookshelf always faced the doorway? Had the cluster of finches on the mantelpiece always been arranged in that precise semicircle? The photograph that had first caught my attention showed my aunt in her garden, surrounded by actual birds, a dozen or more perched on her shoulders and arms, as if she were some kind of benevolent scarecrow in reverse. Her smile was serene, almost beatific, but her eyes held something I couldn't quite read, knowledge perhaps, or satisfaction. The image had been professionally taken, not a casual snapshot, suggesting it held significance beyond mere documentation. I began to notice patterns in the neighbors' behavior, the way conversation stopped when I approached, how curtains fell closed when I walked past windows. The postal worker handed me mail with a strange intensity, as if each delivery carried weight beyond its contents. The grocery clerk asked too many questions about my plans, my comfort level in the house, whether I felt safe living alone. Safe from what? The question hung unanswered in every interaction, implicit but never voiced. The town felt wrapped in cotton, muffled and strange, as if everyone shared knowledge I wasn't privy to. My aunt had lived here for 30 years, long enough to become woven into the community's fabric, but what kind of threads had she used? The basement door began to occupy my thoughts with increasing frequency. I had opened it once, peered down the wooden steps into darkness that my flashlight couldn't fully penetrate. The air below felt different, cooler, denser, charged with possibility. Boxes lined the walls, their contents unknown, their very presence suggesting secrets deliberately preserved. But I didn't descend. Something about the quality of the darkness deterred me, the way it seemed to absorb light rather than simply exist in its absence. I told myself there was no hurry, that whatever waited below had waited this long and could wait longer. Yet the door called to me with increasing insistence, its white paint somehow brighter than the other doors, as if it wanted to be noticed. The third letter changed everything. "She's still here," it said, and the words seemed to pulse on the page, demanding interpretation I wasn't prepared to provide. Still here how? In what sense? The letter arrived on the same day I discovered the journal, hidden behind a loose board in the bedroom closet, as if the two revelations were choreographed. My aunt's handwriting filled page after page, documenting observations that read like surveillance reports. License plate numbers, arrival and departure times, detailed descriptions of clothing and behavior. She had been watching the neighbors with the same intensity they now watched me, cataloging their routines with obsessive precision. But the entries grew stranger as they progressed, describing conversations she claimed to have overheard through walls, plans she insisted were being made in whispered conferences. Paranoia, I told myself, the unfortunate deterioration of an aging mind, yet the details were so specific, so methodically recorded, that dismissal felt like willful blindness. The birds, she wrote, were messengers, not metaphorically, but literally each ceramic figure positioned to capture and relay information through means she never quite explained. The arrangement wasn't random decoration, but strategic placement, a network of observation posts that somehow transmitted what they witnessed. I read these passages with growing unease, torn between rational skepticism and the nagging sense that my aunt's madness might have been methodical rather than chaotic. The ceramic collection suddenly felt less benign, their painted eyes more calculating. When I moved them now, I did so with purpose, testing whether their positions actually mattered or whether I was simply inheriting my aunt's delusions. The answer came gradually in small adjustments to the rhythm of the house. When the cardinal faced the front window, the mail arrived early. When the owls were grouped together on the dining room table, the phone rang at predictable intervals. Coincidence, surely, but coincidences accumulated like evidence in a case I didn't understand. The fourth letter was different not just in content but in tone, as if the writer had grown impatient with subtlety. "You're beginning to see," it said, and I realized with cold certainty that someone was monitoring my progress, measuring my adaptation to whatever system my aunt had established. But progress toward what, understanding, felt like approaching a mirage, seeming closer with each step while remaining fundamentally unreachable. The journal entries grew more cryptic, filled with references to agreements and obligations that predated my arrival. My aunt had been part of something larger, a network or understanding that extended beyond her individual paranoia. The neighbor's behavior began to make sense in this context, not hostility, but assessment, watching to see whether I would continue what she had started or disrupt a delicate equilibrium. Their questions weren't casual conversation, but evaluation, determining my suitability for a role I didn't know I was auditioning for. I started my own journal, documenting the small anomalies that had become my daily experience. The way shadows fell at angles that defied the sun's position. The persistence of that lavender scent even after I'd washed all the curtains. The sound of footsteps that continued even after I'd checked every room and found nothing. Writing it down made it feel more real, transformed vague unease into documented phenomenon. But it also made me wonder whether I was following my aunt's path toward madness or toward truth. The distinction seemed less important with each passing day, as if both destinations led to the same place. The ceramic birds multiplied. Not literally, I counted them obsessively, and the number never changed, but their presence seemed to expand, filling more space, demanding more attention. I found myself adjusting their positions constantly, responding to impulses I couldn't explain but felt compelled to obey. And they worked. Whatever system my aunt had established, it functioned through their placement. The right arrangement brought visitors to the door, mail through the slot, phone calls that provided exactly the information I needed. Wrong configurations resulted in silence, isolation, the feeling of being cut off from some essential network. The fifth letter was an invitation. "Tonight," it said, with an address I recognized as the house 3 doors down. No signature, no explanation, just the assumption that I would understand and comply. I spent the afternoon arranging the birds according to patterns I'd discovered in my aunt's journal, configurations that seemed designed for significant events. The house at the given address was dark when I arrived, but the door opened before I could knock. Inside, candles provided the only illumination, casting moving shadows that made the assembled figures seem to shift and breathe. My neighbors sat in a rough circle, their faces familiar yet transformed by the flickering light into something ceremonial. They had been waiting for me, they explained, just as they had waited for my aunt to find her place among them. The town had its rhythms, its requirements, its delicate balance of observation and action. My aunt had been a vital part of this system, and her death had created a vacancy that needed filling. The ceramic birds, they told me, were indeed messengers not through supernatural means, but through careful positioning that created sight lines and communication networks. A robin facing east meant watch the morning mail. An owl turned toward a specific window indicated surveillance was needed. The system was elegant in its simplicity, effective in its execution. But messengers for what? The answer came in fragments, pieces of a larger picture that I assembled slowly. The town had secrets, residents with histories that required monitoring, situations that demanded careful management. My aunt had been part of the watchers, the guardians of information that kept the community stable. Now they wanted me to take her place, to learn the signals and codes, to become another node in their network of observation. The invitation felt less like choice than inevitability, as if my inheritance had included obligations along with possessions. I walked home through streets that felt different now, charged with purpose and possibility. The ceramic birds waited in their positions, ready to resume their silent communication. The journal lay open on the kitchen table, pages filled with my aunt's careful observations and my own tentative additions. The lamp in the corner cast its steady glow, creating shadows that no longer seemed random but deliberate, designed to obscure some things while revealing others. I understood now why the light had flickered that first evening, not malfunction but signal, announcement that the system was ready to receive a new operator. Standing at the doorway again, I felt the weight of watching eyes, both ceramic and human, all waiting to see what I would choose. The room before me was bathed in that same static glow, but now I recognized it as more than illumination. It was spotlight, stage lighting for a performance I was only beginning to understand. The photograph on the mantelpiece remained tilted, just as I had left it, just as I had found it. But now I saw the tilt itself as message, communication in a language I was finally learning to read. My aunt smiled from within the frame, surrounded by her birds, keeper of secrets I was inheriting along with everything else. The silence felt different now, not empty but full, pregnant with possibility and purpose. I could hear the faint buzz of the filament, steady as a heartbeat, marking time in a rhythm I was beginning to recognize as my own. Outside, something shifted in the darkness, but this time I knew what it was. Someone else taking their position, adjusting their angle of observation, preparing for another night of careful watching. The light flickered not the lamp, but the reflection on the glass. Something shifted outside, leaving only a lingering certainty in its wake. Story 5. The lock clicked as I pulled the door shut. The air outside felt dense, brushing against my skin like the breath of something unseen. My senses sharpened, every creak and rustle standing out against the stillness. I paused on the porch, the wood cool under my feet, aware that the familiar weight of the place had shifted. The wind shifted, and I turned instinctively. The shutter, barely moving, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. That shudder, always that shudder. I remember it from before, though I can't place when exactly. The paint peeling in thin strips, curling like fingernails. White paint over green over something darker underneath. Each layer telling a story I never bothered to read until now. The house breathed around me in those first weeks, or was it months? Time moves strangely when you're trying to forget something. The floorboards would settle with small sighs, and I'd find myself listening for patterns. 3 creaks, then silence, 2 quick groans, then that long exhale from somewhere in the walls. I was unpacking boxes when I found it the first time. A photograph, face down in the bottom of a carton I didn't remember packing. The edges were soft with age, and when I turned it over. But that's not right, the photograph came later. Or maybe it was always there, and I just wasn't ready to see it. The neighbors spoke in whispers those first days. I'd catch fragments through the kitchen window while washing dishes. Their voices carried across the yard like smoke, words dissolving before I could grasp their meaning. Never the same after. I found her standing in the police said there wasn't enough. I should have listened more carefully, should have asked questions, but there's something about moving into a new place that makes you want to believe in fresh starts, clean slates. The past belongs to other people. The basement door stayed locked, not by choice exactly. The key simply wasn't where keys usually are, and I told myself it didn't matter. Storage spaces have a way of collecting things you'd rather not remember anyway. Better to leave some doors closed. But the sounds came from down there anyway. Soft at first, like someone rearranging furniture very carefully, trying not to wake the house. I'd pause whatever I was doing and listen, head tilted toward the floor. The sounds would stop the moment I paid attention, as if they knew I was listening. "Just the house settling," I said aloud one evening, my voice strange in the empty kitchen, speaking to no one or maybe to whoever was listening from below. The shutter tapped against the window frame, 3 taps, then silence, like a code I should have known how to read. I started leaving lights on, not because I was afraid exactly, more like I was making myself known, announcing my presence to whatever else shared this space. The electric bill climbed, but darkness felt too much like an invitation. The photograph surfaced again while I was looking for something else entirely. Birth certificate, maybe, or insurance papers. Documents that prove you exist, that you've been where you say you've been. It was tucked between pages of a book I didn't remember owning. This time I looked at it longer. 2 figures on a porch, this porch, though the shutter was different then, straighter, the paint fresh and white. One figure was clearly me, though I looked younger. Happier maybe, the other figure. My memory stutters there, skips like a damaged recording. I remember putting the photograph back, then I remember burning it, then I remember finding it again, unburned, in a different place entirely. Memory is unreliable when you're trying too hard to remember or trying too hard to forget. The dreams started around then, or maybe they'd always been there, and I was just finally ready to call them dreams instead of something else. I'd wake with the taste of dust in my mouth and the sound of that shutter tapping its patient rhythm. 3 taps, silence, 3 taps, like someone knocking who knows you're home but doesn't expect you to answer. In the dreams, the basement door was always open, not wide, just cracked enough to let darkness seep out like water. I'd approach it slowly, my feet making no sound on the floorboards. The stairs descended into nothing, and I could hear movement down there, not threatening exactly, more like someone was waiting. "Are you coming down?" a voice would ask, familiar though I couldn't place it. I'd wake before answering, always before answering. The neighbors stopped whispering after a while, or maybe they were never whispering about me at all. Paranoia has a way of making everything feel personal, but sometimes I'd catch them looking at the house with expressions I couldn't read. Not fear exactly, more like sadness. The kind of sadness you feel when you know something that can't be undone. I found the key to the basement door in my coat pocket. Not the coat I'd been wearing, but an older one I'd forgotten I owned. The key was warm, as if someone had been holding it. The basement was smaller than I'd expected, clean too, like someone had been taking care of it. Boxes lined the walls, neatly labeled in handwriting I almost recognized. The air smelled of lavender and something else, something older. In the corner beneath the kitchen window was a chair, wooden with a cushion that matched the curtains upstairs. Someone had been sitting there recently. The cushion still held the impression of their weight. I sat in the chair and looked up at the ceiling, listened to my own footsteps from above, walking through the kitchen, opening cabinets, living a life that felt increasingly borrowed. The photograph was down there too, in a frame on a small table beside the chair. But in this version, there was only one figure on the porch. Just me, looking younger and happier, waving at someone outside the frame. I remember climbing the stairs. I remember locking the door behind me. I remember putting the key back in the coat pocket where I'd found it. But I also remember staying in that chair, sitting there as the light faded, listening to footsteps above that couldn't have been mine because I was still downstairs, still waiting. The shutter taps its rhythm against the window. 3 taps, then silence. I understand now that it's not random. It's a signal, a reminder. Someone is always waiting in the basement chair. Someone is always walking through the rooms above. The house holds both versions, both truths. The question isn't which one is real. The question is which one I choose to remember. I pull the door shut and listen to the lock click into place. The shutter moves in the wind, barely perceptible, pulsing with its own life. 3 taps, then silence. Always 3 taps. Always silent. Always the choice between going down or staying up, between remembering or forgetting, between the person in the photograph and the person taking the picture. The house breathes around me, patient as stone, keeping its secrets in the spaces between floorboards, in the gap beneath the basement door, in the rhythm of that restless shutter. I am home now. We are home now. The distinction matters less than it should. Story 6. The hallway light didn't flicker when I passed beneath it. My fingertips brushed along the cold wall, tracing the line of cracks that had always been there, yet today felt unusually smooth, like masking a truth. The door swung open without its familiar groan, as if the hinges had forgotten their own age. Each footstep landed softly on the wooden floorboards, failing to echo their customary protest. My eyes searched for the shadow that should have stretched across the room, but only found an unbroken expanse of dimness. It was as if the room held its breath, waiting for something that didn't arrive. I hesitated at the threshold, half expecting the air to shift, to offer resistance, to assure me of its reality. But the surface of the mirror beside me remained flat, unyielding, devoid of the reflection I sought. Something had already shifted before I understood what I was looking for. The absence felt heavier than presence ever had. I suppose the unraveling began much earlier, though I can't pinpoint the exact moment when ordinary sounds stopped being ordinary, when familiar spaces started feeling borrowed from someone else's memory. The suspicion crept in like fog rolling across still water. I remember standing in the kitchen, watching steam rise from my coffee cup, when I noticed the photograph on the refrigerator had shifted slightly. Not moved exactly, but the magnetic corner had loosened, allowing one edge to curl downward. The image showed us during what I thought had been a peaceful afternoon, both of us smiling at something beyond the camera's frame. But now, studying that curled corner, I wondered what we had really been looking at. Coffee grounds scattered across the counter like tiny seeds of doubt. I swept them into my palm, feeling their gritty texture against my skin. Such a small thing, yet it anchored me to the moment when I first questioned whether my memory could be trusted. Had the grounds always been there? Had I forgotten to clean them, or had someone else been making coffee while I slept? Sleep had become unreliable. I would drift off to the sound of settling wood and distant traffic, only to wake with the impression that voices had been whispering just below the threshold of hearing. Not threatening voices, but urgent ones, as if conveying information I needed to understand. The bed sheets would be twisted in patterns that seemed too deliberate for restless sleep, forming shapes that reminded me of maps or messages I couldn't decode. The bathroom mirror held my reflection each morning, but something in my own eyes looked unfamiliar, not changed but revealed, as if a layer of comfortable self-deception had been peeled away, exposing questions I hadn't known I was avoiding. I would lean closer to the glass, searching for evidence of this transformation, but the fluorescent light above cast shadows that made certainty impossible. Certainty had become a luxury I could no longer afford. The mail arrived each day with its predictable mix of bills and advertisements, but occasionally I would find an envelope addressed in handwriting that looked almost like mine, yet carried subtle differences. The pressure of the pen seemed lighter, the loops more deliberate. I would hold these envelopes up to the window, trying to discern their contents without opening them, as if the act of reading might confirm something I wasn't ready to know. The telephone rang at intervals that felt significant but followed no pattern I could identify. Sometimes I would answer to find only the hollow sound of an open line, breathing that might have been my own echo or the distant murmur of a television in another room. Other times, the voice on the other end would speak my name with a familiarity that made my skin prickle, asking questions about events I couldn't quite remember, referencing conversations that felt both foreign and intimate. Intimacy itself had become suspect. The person who shared my daily routines moved through our shared spaces with a fluid grace that I found myself studying from the corners of my eyes. Nothing overtly different, yet something in the rhythm of their movements suggested a choreography I hadn't learned. They would reach for objects with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where everything belonged, even items I was certain had been moved recently. Recently had lost all meaning. Time stretched and compressed unpredictably, making it impossible to distinguish between events that happened yesterday and those that might have occurred weeks ago. I would find notes written in my own handwriting, reminders of tasks I didn't remember assigning myself, observations about details I couldn't recall noticing. One note, tucked between the pages of a book I was reading, simply said, "Check the basement door," in letters that looked rushed, urgent. The basement door stood at the end of a narrow hallway, painted white but showing years of accumulated scuffs and fingerprints around the handle. I had passed it countless times without giving it conscious thought, but now I found myself pausing there, listening for sounds that never came, testing the lock that had never been locked. The metal felt cold against my palm, and I wondered when I had last turned this handle, what I might have been looking for in that dim space below. Below the surface of my daily routine, patterns emerged like photographs developing in chemical baths. The way certain objects migrated around the house, never far from their original positions, but consistently displaced by inches that accumulated into significance. Books left open to pages I hadn't been reading, containing passages that seemed to comment on my growing unease with an accuracy that felt deliberate. Deliberate actions became harder to distinguish from unconscious ones. I would find myself standing in rooms with no memory of walking there, holding items I didn't remember picking up, staring out windows at scenes that looked familiar yet somehow edited. The view from the kitchen window showed the same trees and neighboring rooftops, but the shadows fell differently, as if the sun had shifted its path without consulting the calendar. Calendars themselves offered no comfort. The dates progressed in their orderly fashion, but the events marked there seemed to reference a life that ran parallel to mine, slightly offset like a double-exposed photograph where two similar images create a single, unsettling whole. Appointments I didn't remember making, anniversaries of events I couldn't place, reminders written in that almost familiar handwriting that made my chest tighten with recognition I couldn't name. Names had begun to feel slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped palms. I would start to introduce myself and hesitate, uncertain which version of my identity the moment required. The person I had been yesterday felt like a character I had played convincingly, but could no longer access with complete authenticity. Friends would reference shared memories that felt like stories someone had told me about someone else's life, detailed enough to be believable, but lacking the emotional resonance of genuine experience. Experience itself had become layered, like looking through multiple sheets of translucent paper. Each day contained traces of all the days before it, creating a palimpsest of routine and variation that made it impossible to trust my perception of what was actually happening versus what I expected to happen. The coffee cup would be warm in my hands, but I couldn't remember preparing it. The newspaper would be folded to articles I didn't recall reading, marked with pencil annotations in my own handwriting. Writing had become a form of archaeology. I would discover journals I didn't remember keeping, filled with observations about my daily life recorded in minute detail, as if someone had been documenting my behavior for scientific study. The tone was clinical yet intimate, noting patterns I hadn't recognized, connections I hadn't made, inconsistencies in my own narrative that suggested either failing memory or deliberate deception. Deception seemed too strong a word for what I suspected was happening, yet no gentler term captured the sense that reality had become negotiable, subject to revision without notice. The person who lived in my house, who knew where I kept my spare keys and which drawer held the important papers, who could navigate my routines with perfect efficiency, might not be the same person who had established those routines, who had chosen the locations for those keys and papers. Papers scattered across my desk told stories I couldn't quite piece together. Bank statements showing transactions I didn't remember making, receipts for purchases that seemed both reasonable and mysterious, correspondence with institutions I couldn't recall contacting. Each document appeared legitimate in isolation, but together they painted a picture of a life lived slightly out of phase with my conscious experience of living it. Living had become a performance I gave for an audience I couldn't see but somehow sensed watching. I would catch myself adjusting my behavior in subtle ways, choosing words more carefully, moving through spaces with deliberate casualness, as if trying to appear normal to observers who might notice if I deviated from expected patterns. The sensation was not paranoid but practical, like an actor maintaining character even during scene changes. Changes accumulated like sediment, barely noticeable individually, but creating observable layers over time. The arrangement of books on shelves shifted gradually, creating new alphabetical patterns I didn't remember implementing. Photographs appeared in frames that had previously held different images, showing scenes I recognized but couldn't place in chronological context. The face looking back at me from these pictures wore expressions I didn't remember making, captured moments that felt simultaneously personal and foreign. Foreign languages started appearing in my peripheral vision, words written on scraps of paper left in pockets, phrases scribbled in margins of books, sentences that looked like translations of thoughts I might have had but couldn't remember thinking. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, yet the content suggested knowledge I didn't possess, familiarity with concepts I couldn't consciously access. Access to my own memories became intermittent, like a radio station fading in and out of range. I would begin to recall an event and find the details dissolving before I could examine them closely, leaving only emotional residue and sensory fragments. The smell of rain on hot pavement would trigger a cascade of almost memories, faces and voices that felt significant but remained just beyond recognition. Recognition itself had become unreliable. People would greet me with warmth that suggested shared history I couldn't access, referencing conversations and experiences that sounded plausible but felt borrowed from someone else's life. I learned to respond with careful noncommittal phrases, nodding and smiling while searching their faces for clues about who I was supposed to be in their story. Stories began to contradict each other in subtle ways. The narrative I told myself about my daily routine didn't align perfectly with the evidence I found of how I had actually spent my time. Dishes would be clean when I remembered leaving them dirty, laundry folded when I recalled abandoning it in the basket, small tasks completed by someone who shared my standards and preferences, but worked while I wasn't paying attention. Attention had become a precious resource that seemed to drain faster than I could replenish it. I would sit down to read and find myself staring at the same paragraph for long periods, not because the content was difficult, but because my mind kept wandering to questions I couldn't articulate. The words on the page would rearrange themselves into patterns that suggested hidden meanings, connections between seemingly unrelated concepts that felt profound in the moment, but evaporated when I tried to examine them directly. Directly confronting my suspicions felt dangerous, like staring at the sun or trying to remember a dream after waking. The harder I focused on the inconsistencies, the more they seemed to multiply and fragment, creating a kaleidoscope of doubt that made navigation impossible. I learned to approach my concerns obliquely, gathering evidence through peripheral observation, building a case I might never be able to present to a jury I couldn't identify. Identification had become the central challenge. Who was I really beneath the accumulated layers of habit and assumption? The person who looked back at me from mirrors and photographs seemed familiar but not identical, like a close relative who shared my features but had lived a slightly different life. The voice I heard when I spoke aloud carried inflections I didn't remember developing, pronunciations that suggested influences I couldn't trace. Traces of another presence appeared throughout my environment like footprints in snow, visible but not necessarily threatening. A coffee cup rinsed and placed in the dish rack with more care than I typically showed. Books returned to shelves with spines aligned more precisely than my usual casual placement. Towels folded with hospital corners I had never learned to make. These improvements to my domestic routine felt like gifts from a helpful ghost who shared my space but maintained different standards. Standards of evidence became impossible to establish when I couldn't trust my own observations. The photograph on the refrigerator continued to curl at one corner, but now I noticed that the magnetic holder had been moved slightly to the left, creating a different relationship between the image and the shopping list beneath it. Had I made this adjustment unconsciously, or had someone else decided the composition needed refinement? Refinement seemed to be happening gradually throughout my environment, as if someone with excellent taste was making subtle improvements to my life without consulting me. Colors appeared more coordinated, furniture sat at slightly better angles, plants looked healthier despite my inconsistent care. The cumulative effect was pleasing but unsettling, like discovering that someone had been editing my existence while I slept. Sleep brought no escape from the questions that followed me through waking hours. Dreams and memories began to blur together, creating a continuous narrative that spanned both conscious and unconscious states. I would wake with the impression of having lived through events that felt too detailed and emotionally complex to be mere dreams, yet too strange and disconnected to be reliable memories. Reliability had become a luxury I could no longer take for granted. The person who shared my bed moved with a familiarity that suggested long intimacy, yet sometimes I would catch myself studying their sleeping face as if trying to memorize features that might change without warning. Their breathing followed patterns I thought I knew, but occasionally I detected subtle variations that made me wonder if I had ever really been paying attention. Attention to detail revealed more questions than answers. The way toothbrushes were arranged in the bathroom holder, the precise folding of washcloths, the systematic organization of medications in the cabinet all suggested someone with methodical habits I didn't remember developing. Yet these improvements to my domestic efficiency felt benevolent, as if someone who cared about my well-being was quietly making my life more pleasant. Pleasant surprises appeared regularly in small ways that accumulated into a pattern of gentle enhancement. Fresh flowers in vases I didn't remember filling, groceries that included items I needed but hadn't thought to buy, bills paid on time despite my usual tendency toward procrastination. Each individual occurrence could be explained by forgetfulness or unconscious competence, but together they suggested a level of self-care I had never previously achieved. Achievement felt hollow when I couldn't remember the effort required to earn it. Tasks I had been dreading would turn out to be already completed. Appointments I had been avoiding would be rescheduled to more convenient times. Problems I had been ignoring would be resolved through actions I didn't recall taking. My life was running more smoothly than ever before, yet I felt increasingly like a passenger in my own existence. Existence had become a collaborative effort between the person I thought I was and someone who shared my preferences but possessed better organizational skills. This invisible partner never contradicted my choices but consistently refined them, turning my rough drafts into polished final versions. The effect was like having a personal assistant who anticipated my needs so perfectly that I never saw them working. Working memory became unreliable, creating gaps in my narrative that filled themselves with plausible but unverifiable content. I would find myself in the middle of conversations I didn't remember starting, responding to questions with information I didn't recall possessing, maintaining relationships that felt both authentic and mysterious. The social fabric of my life remained intact, but I increasingly felt like an actor who had forgotten their lines, yet somehow kept delivering appropriate responses. Responses from others suggested they noticed no change in my behavior, yet I caught them looking at me sometimes with expressions I couldn't interpret. Not concern exactly, but a kind of careful attention, as if they were monitoring me for signs of something they couldn't name. These glances felt protective rather than suspicious, like friends keeping watch over someone recovering from an illness they preferred not to discuss. Discussion of my growing uncertainty felt impossible without sounding paranoid or delusional. How could I explain that my life was improving in ways I couldn't account for, that someone was taking better care of me than I had ever taken care of myself, that I was becoming a more competent version of who I had always been but couldn't remember the transformation process? The evidence was entirely positive, yet it filled me with unease I couldn't justify. Justification required a logic I no longer trusted. The reasonable explanations for my enhanced domestic efficiency and improved self-care all depended on accepting that I had been unconsciously developing better habits, that stress and poor sleep had been affecting my memory, that growing older naturally involved some confusion about the details of daily life. These explanations satisfied everyone except the part of me that felt like a witness to my own life rather than its primary author. Authority over my own narrative seemed to be slipping away gradually, like trying to hold sand in an open palm. The story I told about who I was and how I lived required constant revision to accommodate evidence that didn't fit my previous understanding. Each day brought small discoveries that suggested my self-knowledge had been incomplete, that I possessed capabilities and preferences I hadn't previously recognized. Recognition of my own handwriting became uncertain. Notes appeared in what looked like my script but showed subtle improvements in legibility and organization. Shopping lists were written with more systematic attention to store layout. Appointment reminders included details I wouldn't have thought to add. Personal observations were recorded with analytical precision I didn't remember possessing. The content was entirely consistent with my thoughts and needs, yet the execution suggested someone with better planning skills. Skills I didn't know I possessed emerged in small ways throughout my daily routine. Meals appeared in my refrigerator that showed more sophisticated seasoning than my usual cooking. Laundry was sorted with more attention to fabric care than I typically showed. Correspondence was answered with more diplomatic language than I usually managed. These improvements to my domestic competence felt like gifts, yet they also suggested that someone else was setting higher standards for my life. Life continued its forward momentum while I struggled to understand who was driving. The person who inhabited my body moved through familiar spaces with increasing grace and efficiency, making decisions that aligned with my values but exceeded my usual level of thoughtfulness. I felt like a beneficiary of my own unconscious wisdom, yet I couldn't access the source of these improvements or predict when they might occur. Occurrence of these enhancements followed no pattern I could identify, yet they seemed to respond to my needs before I had fully articulated them to myself. A difficult conversation would be handled with diplomatic skill I didn't remember developing. A complex task would be completed using organizational methods I couldn't recall learning. A social situation would be navigated with emotional intelligence that surprised even me. I was becoming a better version of myself, but the transformation felt more like possession than growth. Growth implied conscious effort and intentional change, yet these improvements seemed to emerge from some deeper source I couldn't access directly. The person I was becoming shared my memories and values, but possessed capabilities that felt borrowed from someone with more life experience and better judgment. I began to wonder if this was how maturity actually worked, through unconscious integration of lessons learned so gradually that the learning process remained invisible. Invisibility seemed to characterize the mechanism behind my transformation. I could observe the results but never catch the process in action, like trying to watch grass grow or paint dry. The person who was improving my life worked while I wasn't paying attention, leaving only evidence of their benevolent intervention. I felt grateful yet displaced, like a guest being hosted in my own existence. Existence had become a mystery I was living rather than solving. The questions that had initially disturbed me began to feel less urgent as I adjusted to the benefits of my enhanced competence. Perhaps it didn't matter whether I could account for every improvement in my daily functioning, whether I could remember making every positive change in my routine. The results spoke for themselves, and they were uniformly beneficial. Beneficial changes continued to accumulate, creating a life that felt both familiar and upgraded. I moved through my days with increasing satisfaction, noting how smoothly everything operated, how well my needs were anticipated and met, how efficiently problems were resolved before they could become serious concerns. The anxiety that had initially accompanied my confusion began to fade, replaced by a kind of wondering gratitude. Gratitude seemed the appropriate response to whatever force was enhancing my existence, whether it was my own unconscious wisdom, a delayed manifestation of better habits, or something else entirely. The mystery remained unsolved, but its effects were entirely positive. I had become a more competent, organized, and thoughtful person through processes I couldn't understand but had no reason to resist. Resistance felt unnecessary when the changes were so clearly beneficial. My life had improved in measurable ways that anyone could observe and appreciate. Perhaps the discomfort I had felt was simply the natural response to positive change, the way healing wounds itch or strengthening muscles ache. Growth often feels uncomfortable to the part of us that prefers familiar limitations. Limitations seem to be dissolving gradually, revealing capabilities I hadn't known I possessed. The person I was becoming could handle challenges that had previously overwhelmed me, could maintain relationships with greater skill and sensitivity, could navigate complex situations with judgment that exceeded my previous capacity. I was discovering who I might have been all along if I had been paying closer attention. Attention to the mystery began to feel less important than appreciation for its effects. Whether I could explain the source of my improvements mattered less than acknowledging their reality and value. I was living a better life than I had ever managed before, and perhaps that was enough. The questions that had once seemed urgent now felt like intellectual curiosities that didn't require immediate answers. Answers might come eventually, or they might not. In the meantime, I had a life to live, and it was a better life than I had previously thought possible. The person who shared my space and enhanced my capabilities remained invisible but benevolent, like a guardian angel who preferred to work behind the scenes. I could accept the mystery if it meant accepting the gifts. Gifts appeared daily in forms both subtle and significant. A perfectly timed phone call that prevented a costly mistake, a conversation that resolved a long-standing misunderstanding, a decision that opened doors I hadn't known existed. My life was unfolding with a kind of elegant choreography that suggested either extraordinary luck or careful orchestration by someone who understood my needs better than I did. Understanding seemed less important than trust. I was learning to trust the process even when I couldn't see its mechanism, to have faith in improvements I couldn't account for, to accept help from sources I couldn't identify. This trust felt like a form of spiritual maturity, a willingness to receive grace without demanding explanations. Explanations might actually diminish the magic of what was happening. Some mysteries were meant to be experienced rather than solved, appreciated rather than analyzed. The transformation of my life from chaotic struggle to smooth functionality felt like a gift that would be diminished by too much scrutiny. I was learning to be grateful without being curious. Curiosity still flickered occasionally, but it no longer burned with the urgent intensity that had once driven me to search for answers. I had found something better than understanding. I had found improvement. My life worked better now, and that was more valuable than knowing why. The mystery had become a companion rather than a problem. Problems seemed to solve themselves before I had time to worry about them properly. Bills were paid, appointments were kept, relationships were maintained, responsibilities were met. I moved through my days with the confidence of someone whose life was well managed, even though I couldn't take credit for the management. The competence felt borrowed but reliable. Reliability had returned to my existence in ways that felt both familiar and miraculous. I could trust that my needs would be met, my obligations would be fulfilled, my relationships would be maintained. The anxiety that had once characterized my daily experience had been replaced by a calm confidence that everything would work out as it should. Should implied a plan I couldn't see but could trust. Someone or something was taking care of me with a thoroughness that exceeded my own self-care capabilities. I felt held by invisible hands, guided by unseen wisdom, protected by forces I couldn't name but could experience. The mystery had become a source of comfort rather than concern. Concern seemed unnecessary when the evidence was so consistently positive. Whatever was happening to me was clearly beneficial, transforming my life from struggle to flow, from chaos to order, from anxiety to peace. I had become the beneficiary of my own best possible self, whether that self was emerging from within or being provided from without. Without answers, I had found something better, results. My life worked now in ways it had never worked before. The The person who inhabited my space and managed my affairs did so with skill and care that exceeded my previous capabilities. I was living proof that improvement was possible, even when the mechanism remained mysterious. Mysterious forces seemed to be operating throughout my environment, creating harmony where there had been discord, order where there had been confusion, competence where there had been struggle. I moved through spaces that felt both mine and not mine, familiar yet enhanced, like visiting a childhood home that had been lovingly restored by someone who understood its original charm. Charm had entered my life in ways both subtle and profound. Conversations flowed more smoothly, problems resolved more easily, relationships deepened more naturally. I had become someone people enjoyed being around, someone who could be counted on, someone who made life better for others as well as for myself. The transformation was as social as it was personal. Personal identity had become fluid in ways that felt liberating rather than threatening. I was still myself, but I was a better version of myself, enhanced and refined like a photograph that had been professionally retouched. The improvements were so skillful that they felt natural, as if I had always possessed these capabilities, but had simply needed time to access them. Access to my enhanced abilities felt automatic now, like muscle memory or learned reflexes. I didn't have to think about being more competent, I simply was. The person who managed my life operated with such smooth efficiency that their work felt effortless. I had become a witness to my own excellence, grateful and slightly amazed. Amazement had replaced anxiety as my dominant emotional response to the mystery of my transformation. Instead of fearing what I couldn't understand, I had learned to appreciate what I couldn't explain. My life had become a daily demonstration that improvement was possible through means that transcended conscious effort. Effort seemed unnecessary when grace was available. I moved through my days with the ease of someone whose path had been cleared by advanced scouts, whose needs had been anticipated by thoughtful friends, whose life had been arranged by someone with better organizational skills than I possessed. The mystery had become my ally. Allies appeared in unexpected forms throughout my daily experience. A stranger would offer exactly the help I needed. A friend would call precisely when I needed to talk. An opportunity would present itself just as I was ready to receive it. My life had acquired a kind of synchronistic flow that suggested either extraordinary luck or careful orchestration. Orchestration implied a conductor I couldn't see but could trust. Someone was managing the complex symphony of my existence with skill that exceeded my own musical abilities. I had become both performer and audience in my own life, playing my part while marveling at the overall composition. The mystery had become my maestro. Maestros work behind the scenes to create beauty that others can appreciate without understanding its story. 7. It felt like a pulse beneath my feet, rhythmic and persistent, a vibration that shouldn't exist. Standing in the dimly lit room, I shifted my weight, trying to find the source, but only unease settled deeper within. The wooden floor, once silent, now whispered of forgotten steps, echoing a pattern I'd pretended to forget. The air was still, yet something thrummed beneath the surface, resonating with an urgency that clung to the edges of my consciousness. Each beat synchronized with a memory I couldn't quite grasp, nudging the past into the present. I hadn't felt that tremor since I closed the door on that chapter, but it was here now, relentless and insistent. The nausea comes in waves, washing over me like cold water. My hands shake as I press them against the wall, feeling the plaster give slightly under my palms. There's something wrong with this house, something that seeps through the foundations and into my bones, but perhaps it's not the house at all. Perhaps it's me, carrying the wrongness wherever I go, like a stain that won't wash clean. I remember her laugh first, always her laugh, bright and sharp as breaking glass. She had this way of tilting her head when she found something amusing, exposing the pale curve of her neck. I used to think it was beautiful, that vulnerability. Now the memory makes my stomach clench. The basement door was always locked. She kept the key on a chain around her wrist, silver links that caught the light when she moved. I asked her once what was down there, and she smiled that particular smile, the one that never reached her eyes. Storage, she said, just old things nobody needs anymore. But I heard them sometimes, the sounds that drifted up through the floorboards, scratching, tapping. Sometimes what might have been crying, though she insisted it was pipes, just the old plumbing settling. Houses make noises, she'd say, running her fingers through my hair. You're too sensitive. The pulse grows stronger now, and I can feel it in my chest, matching my heartbeat until I can't tell which is which. My reflection in the window looks pale, hollow-eyed. When did I start looking so much like her? The same sharp cheekbones, the same way of holding my mouth when I'm thinking. Genetic inheritance or something else entirely. She collected things, photographs mostly, but other items too. A child's shoe, scuffed and small. A pair of glasses with one lens cracked. A music box that played the same 6 notes over and over until I wanted to scream. She kept them arranged on shelves throughout the house, little shrines to moments I didn't understand. The day I found the newspaper clippings, she was in the garden, kneeling among the roses. Her hands were dirty, soil caked under her fingernails. She looked up when I called her name, and for just a moment her face was completely blank, as if she didn't recognize me at all. Then the mask slipped back into place, that familiar, loving expression I'd known all my life. "What were you doing in my room?" she asked later, but her voice was calm, curious rather than angry. I couldn't explain the compulsion that had driven me there, the need to understand the woman who had raised me. The clippings were yellowed with age, headlines about missing persons, about investigations that went nowhere, about children who vanished without a trace. The photographs were worse, not the newspaper photos, but the others, tucked between the pages like pressed flowers. Faces I almost recognized, eyes that seemed familiar. A boy with my nose, a girl with my mouth, all of them smiling, all of them young, all of them gone. She found me in the kitchen afterward, sitting at the table with my head in my hands. The nausea had started then, that first wave of sickness that never quite left me. She made tea, the same chamomile blend she'd given me for nightmares when I was small. Her hands were steady as she poured, no tremor to betray whatever she might be feeling. "You have questions," she said, settling across from me. The kitchen light cast shadows under her eyes, making her look older, stranger. I wanted to ask about the clippings, about the photographs, about the sounds from the basement. Instead, I asked about my parents. She smiled, that same tilted expression I'd seen 1,000 times. "Your parents loved you very much," she said. "They would have wanted you to be happy, would have, past tense, always past tense when she spoke of them." The pulse beneath my feet grows irregular now, skipping beats like a damaged heart. I remember the weight of the key in my hand, how cold the metal felt against my palm. She'd left it on the counter that morning, forgotten in her rush to tend the garden, or perhaps not forgotten at all. The basement stairs creaked under my weight, each step a small betrayal. The air grew colder as I descended, thick with a smell I couldn't identify, sweet and cloying like flowers left too long in water. The single bulb cast weak light across concrete walls, across shelves lined with jars I didn't want to examine too closely. But it was the corner that drew my attention, the space she'd curtained off with heavy fabric. Behind it, a chair, child-sized, with leather straps attached to the arms. The leather was worn smooth, darkened with age and use. Beside it, a camera on a tripod, lens pointed toward the chair like an accusation. I think I screamed then, though the sound seemed to come from somewhere else, somewhere far away. The basement swallowed the noise, absorbed it into its walls along with whatever other sounds it had witnessed. My legs gave out, and I found myself on the floor, surrounded by evidence of something I couldn't name. She found me there, of course. I don't know how long I'd been sitting in that cold concrete room, staring at the chair, at the camera, at the implications that crawled through my mind like insects. She didn't seem surprised to see me. If anything, she looked relieved. "I was wondering when you'd find your way down here," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "You always were curious, just like the others." The others, the word hung between us like a blade. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't support me. She moved closer, and I could see something different in her face, something that had always been there but hidden, a coldness that made my blood freeze. "You were my favorite," she continued, kneeling beside me as if comforting a hurt child, "the most responsive, the most willing to please. I kept you longer than any of the others, longer than I should have." The photographs made sense then, the faces that looked like mine, not siblings but predecessors. Children who had sat in this chair, who had smiled for this camera, who had disappeared when they stopped being useful, when they grew too old, too aware, too dangerous. But I hadn't disappeared. I was still here, still alive, still breathing. Why? The question must have shown in my face because she smiled, that terrible loving smile I'd known all my life. "You were different," she said, reaching out to touch my cheek with fingers that smelled of earth and roses. "You adapted. You became what I needed you to be. My daughter, my accomplice, my mirror." The pulse stopped suddenly, leaving only silence and the weight of understanding. I looked down at my hands, at the dirt under my fingernails, at the silver key that dangles from my wrist on a chain I don't remember putting on. The basement is empty now, has been empty for years. The chair is gone, the camera packed away, the evidence of her crimes buried with her in the garden she loved so much. But the house remembers, the floorboards remember, and somewhere in the darkness below, something still pulses, still calls, still whispers of the children who came before me and the child I might have been. I am her legacy, her final creation, shaped by her hands into something that can carry on her work. The nausea passes, replaced by something else, hunger perhaps, or anticipation. There are new photographs on the shelves now, new faces smiling from behind glass. The basement door stands open, and somewhere in the distance, I can hear the sound of small feet on wooden stairs. The pulse begins again, steady and sure, and I realize it was never coming from beneath my feet at all. It was coming from within, the rhythm of a heart that beats in time with hers, the echo of a love that was never love at all, but something far more terrible and enduring. I am her daughter, I am her creation, I am her continuation. And the work goes on, story 8. The clock's hands paused imperceptibly, halting time for a fraction of a second unnoticed. Every morning the floorboards creaked under my feet in predictable sequence, but today they fell silent, as if retreating from my touch. A chair stood slightly askew, not like I'd left it, echoing a movement I didn't witness. The echoes of yesterday's rain clung to the curtains, dampening more than just fabric. I reached for the familiar grip of the railing, expecting the cool wood, but my hand found air instead. A reminder that certainty had slipped away. I've been walking these same rooms for months now, searching for something I can't name. The house breathes differently when you know someone has been watching. not watching me exactly, but watching through me, past me, into spaces I thought were mine alone. The coffee cup I left on the kitchen counter had moved 3 inches to the right. 3 inches, not enough to be certain, too much to ignore. When did the suspicion begin? I remember standing at the window, watching the neighbor across the street water her garden. She moved with mechanical precision, each plant receiving exactly the same attention, the same measured pour from her watering can. But her eyes kept drifting toward my house, lingering on the second-floor window where I stood half hidden behind the curtain. That was when I first noticed the pattern. The mailbox key felt different in my hand that afternoon, warmer, as if someone else had been holding it. Inside, my letters were arranged differently than I remembered. The electric bill on top instead of bottom, the magazine subscription renewal tucked behind instead of in front. Small things, meaningless things, but I began to keep mental photographs of how I left everything. My sister called that evening, her voice carrying that particular tone she uses when she's worried but trying not to show it. She asked about my sleep, about whether I was eating enough, about the new locks I'd mentioned installing. I hadn't mentioned any locks. The silence stretched between us like a wire pulled taut, and I could hear her breathing change, becoming more careful, more measured. I started keeping a journal then, documenting the small displacements. The bathroom towel folded in thirds instead of halves. The television remote moved from the coffee table to the side table. A book spine facing backward when I was certain it had been forward. Each entry felt both crucial and absurd, evidence of something I couldn't prove to anyone, including myself. The grocery store clerk began to watch me differently. Her eyes would track my movements as I selected items, and she'd pause before scanning each product as if checking them against some invisible list. When I paid, she'd hold my receipt a moment too long, studying my signature with unusual interest. I started shopping at different stores, but the feeling followed me. Night sounds became a language I tried to decode. The house settling in specific patterns, pipes expanding and contracting in sequences that seemed too deliberate to be random. I'd lie in bed, mapping each creak and whisper, building theories about weight distribution and footsteps that might not exist. Sleep came in fragments, interrupted by the certainty that someone was listening to me listen. The photograph on my dresser was the first thing I was absolutely sure about. My parents' wedding picture, the one I'd looked at every morning for years, had been turned exactly 45 degrees clockwise, not knocked over by accident, not shifted by vibration or settling, deliberately rotated with careful precision. I stood there staring at it, my hands trembling as I turned it back to its original position. That's when I called the police. The officer who came was younger than I expected, with kind eyes and a patient way of listening that made me feel both grateful and foolish. I showed him my journal, explained about the small displacements, the feeling of being observed. He nodded and took notes, but I could see the exact moment when he decided I was simply someone who lived alone and thought too much. He checked the locks, examined the windows, found no signs of forced entry. After he left, I sat in the kitchen and tried to remember when I'd started living like this. When had I begun cataloging every detail of my environment, measuring distances between objects, memorizing the precise angle of every picture frame? The transition had been so gradual I couldn't pinpoint a beginning, only the growing awareness that my private space had become somehow public. I bought a camera and began photographing rooms before I left the house. Digital evidence of exactly how I'd left everything, time-stamped and undeniable. But when I compared the photos to what I found upon returning, the differences were never quite clear enough to be conclusive. A shadow that might be different, a fold in fabric that could have shifted naturally, distances that were hard to measure precisely in 2 dimensions. The neighbor across the street moved away on a Tuesday. I watched from behind the curtain as she loaded boxes into a truck, the same mechanical precision she'd shown with her watering can. She never looked toward my house, not once during the entire process. The new tenants arrived 3 days later, a young couple with a dog that barked at my window every morning at exactly the same time. My sister visited without calling first, letting herself in with the spare key I'd forgotten I'd given her. I found her in the living room, studying the arrangement of furniture with a puzzled expression. She asked if I'd been redecorating, said everything looked different somehow. I hadn't moved anything in months, but seeing the room through her eyes, I noticed that the sofa was indeed positioned differently than I remembered, angled more toward the window. We had coffee and she told me about her work, her children, the small dramas of her normal life. But I could see her cataloging details the way I'd learned to do, her eyes moving from object to object, measuring and remembering. When she left, she hugged me longer than usual and made me promise to call if I needed anything at all. The journal entries became longer, more detailed, filled with sketches and measurements. I developed a system of notation, symbols for different types of disturbances, cross-references between related incidents. Reading back through the entries, I could trace the evolution of my certainty, the way small doubts had crystallized into unshakable conviction. But I could also see how the handwriting had changed, becoming more urgent, more erratic. I hired a locksmith to change all the locks again and installed a security system with cameras covering every entrance. The first week of footage showed nothing unusual, just me moving through my daily routines, looking increasingly gaunt and hollow-eyed. But in the second week, I found something that made my blood freeze. A 30-second gap in the recording, right in the middle of an afternoon when I'd been out shopping. The timestamp jumped forward without explanation, as if someone had edited the footage. The security company sent a technician who examined the system and found nothing wrong. Equipment malfunction, he said, happens sometimes with digital systems. He showed me how to check for gaps in the future, gave me a phone number to call if it happened again. But I could see the doubt in his eyes, the same look the police officer had worn. I stopped going out except when absolutely necessary. Groceries delivered, bills paid online, social interactions reduced to brief phone conversations with my sister. The house became my entire world, every corner mapped and measured, every sound interpreted and cataloged. I knew exactly how many steps it took to walk from the kitchen to the living room, could identify the source of every creak and settling noise. But knowledge didn't bring comfort. The more precisely I documented my environment, the more certain I became that someone else was documenting it too. The disturbances continued, subtle but persistent, as if whoever was doing this understood exactly how far they could push without leaving undeniable evidence. It was a kind of psychological chess game, played with furniture and photographs and the precise placement of everyday objects. The breakthrough came when I realized I was thinking about this wrong. I'd been looking for signs of intrusion, evidence that someone was entering my space. But what if they'd never left? What if the person I was looking for had always been here, moving through my life with such familiarity that their presence felt like absence? I began to study myself in the security footage, watching my own movements with the same intensity I'd once reserved for watching for intruders. And slowly I began to see things that disturbed me, moments when I moved objects without seeming to notice, times when I'd enter a room and pause as if surprised by something, then continue as if nothing had happened. Gaps in my own memory that corresponded to the small displacements I'd been documenting so carefully. The journal entries from that period are difficult to read now. My handwriting becomes increasingly erratic as I document the growing suspicion that the person I'd been hunting was myself. Not consciously, not deliberately, but in some dissociated state that left no memory behind. The evidence was all there, in hours of security footage that showed me moving through my house in ways I didn't remember, rearranging things with the same mechanical precision the neighbor had shown with her watering can. My sister found me 3 weeks later, sitting in the kitchen surrounded by months of journal entries and printed photographs, trying to construct a timeline that would make sense of everything. She called a doctor, then sat with me while we waited, not saying anything about the chaos around us, just holding my hand and breathing steadily beside me. The treatment helped eventually. Medication that filled in the gaps in my memory, therapy that taught me to recognize the early signs of dissociation. I learned that stress and isolation can fracture consciousness in ways that feel like haunting, that the mind can become so divided against itself that one part genuinely doesn't know what the other is doing. But understanding didn't erase the months of fear, the way I'd lived like a prisoner in my own home. Even now, with my condition managed and my life rebuilt, I sometimes catch myself checking the placement of objects, measuring distances between furniture, listening to the house settle around me with too much attention. This morning I walked downstairs and noticed the chair in the living room was slightly askew, not like I remembered leaving it. For a moment the old fear fluttered in my chest like a trapped bird. Then I remembered moving it yesterday while vacuuming, remembered pushing it back into place but not quite perfectly. I straightened it carefully and continued to the kitchen to make coffee, the floorboards creaking under my feet in their predictable sequence. But as I reached for the railing, expecting the familiar grip of cool wood, my hand found air for just a moment before connecting with the solid surface. And I wondered, as I do sometimes still, whether certainty is something we ever really possess or just something we convince ourselves we remember. The clock's hands moved forward with their steady rhythm, marking time I could trust, in a house that had learned to hold only the secrets I was ready to keep. Story 9. The elevator didn't open. My finger hovered over the button, pressing it repeatedly, only to be met with the stubborn stillness of closed doors. In the dim, carpeted hallway, my steps were noiseless, absorbed by an inexplicable hush that clung to the walls. The air felt thicker, resistant, as if pushing back against my presence. The key turned too easily in the lock, almost as if it anticipated my arrival. Inside, the light switch clicked with no accompanying glow, leaving shadows to gather unchallenged. I reached for the vanity mirror out of sheer habit, expecting a reflection that never appeared, leaving me questioning the contours of the space I occupied. The apartment breathed differently than I remembered. Each room held its breath while I moved through familiar doorways that now felt foreign under my fingertips. The walls seemed closer together, though I knew that was impossible. Dust particles caught what little light filtered through the blinds, dancing in slow motion like they were suspended in something thicker than air. I had come here looking for answers about her disappearance, but the silence offered only questions. The detective had given me permission to search through her belongings, though his expression suggested he thought it was pointless. Missing persons cases, he'd said, usually resolved themselves within the first few days. It had been longer than that now. The kitchen counter held a coffee mug with a perfect ring stain beneath it, as if someone had lifted it and set it down again in exactly the same spot multiple times. The refrigerator hummed with an irregular rhythm that made me pause and listen. Inside, milk sat with an expiration date that should have passed, yet it smelled perfectly fresh when I opened the carton. Small inconsistencies that meant nothing individually but accumulated like sediment in my mind. Her bedroom felt like stepping into a held breath. The bed was made with hospital corners, precise and impersonal. But one pillow bore the faint impression of a head, and when I pressed my palm against it, the fabric still held a trace of warmth. The sensation traveled up my arm and settled somewhere behind my sternum, a recognition I couldn't name. In the closet, clothes hung in careful arrangements, dresses organized by color, shoes paired and facing forward, but one hanger swayed slightly when I entered the room, though no air moved through the space. I stood watching it slow its pendulum motion, counting the diminishing arcs until it finally stilled. The neighbors had been unhelpful when I spoke with them earlier. The woman across the hall claimed she'd heard nothing unusual, but her eyes kept darting toward the door as if she expected someone to interrupt our conversation. The man downstairs insisted she'd been quiet as always, but then mentioned hearing her television late into the night just days ago. When I asked which nights, he became vague, mumbling about how one day blended into another. I found myself returning to the bathroom, drawn by something I couldn't articulate. The mirror above the sink reflected the room behind me perfectly, yet when I looked directly at my own face, the image seemed to lag slightly, as if the reflection needed a moment to catch up with reality. I turned the faucet handle and watched rust-colored water swirl down the drain before running clear. The pipes groaned with a sound that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than the walls. The medicine cabinet held the usual collection of bottles and tubes, but one prescription caught my attention. The label was partially torn, making the name illegible, though the date appeared recent. The pills inside rattled when I shook the container, but when I opened it, I found only a few tablets at the bottom. The dosage instructions were clear about taking them regularly. Back in the living room, I noticed the answering machine's red light blinking. The detective had mentioned checking messages, but perhaps he'd missed something. I pressed play and listened to a series of mundane calls. Appointment reminders, a friend asking about lunch plans, someone selling insurance. But the timestamp seemed wrong, scattered across dates in a pattern that didn't make sense. One message made me pause and replay it several times. A woman's voice, familiar yet somehow off, saying she'd be home late and not to wait up. The tone was casual, domestic, but there was something underneath it, a tension that didn't match the words. More troubling was the timestamp, which placed the call after she'd been reported missing. I sat in her chair, a worn leather recliner positioned to face both the television and the window. The view looked out onto the building's courtyard, where a fountain sat dry and filled with fallen leaves. From this angle, I could see into several other apartments, their windows like frames holding glimpses of other lives. In one, a figure moved back and forth in what might have been pacing. In another, someone stood perfectly still, looking out in my direction. The sensation of being watched grew stronger as the light outside began to fade. I found myself checking the locks on the door, though I couldn't remember unlocking them. The chain hung loose, swaying slightly as if someone had just touched it. The peephole showed only the empty hallway, but I had the distinct impression that someone had been standing there moments before. Her desk drawers yielded the expected collection of bills, letters, and personal papers. But buried beneath bank statements, I found a notebook filled with handwriting that looked like hers but felt different somehow. The entries were dated sporadically, documenting what seemed like ordinary daily activities. Grocery shopping, phone calls, television programs watched, but certain phrases repeated across multiple entries, as if she were trying to remember something or convince herself of something. The final entry stopped mid-sentence, the pen apparently lifted in the middle of a word. I held the notebook up to the light, looking for impressions on the page beneath, but found nothing. The pen lay nearby, its cap missing, the tip dried to a dark point. I realized I'd been in the apartment for longer than I'd intended. The shadows had deepened, and the sounds from neighboring units had faded to nothing. Even the irregular hum of the refrigerator had stopped, leaving a silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. I stood to leave, but something made me turn back toward the bedroom. The pillow I'd touched earlier now showed a clear indentation, deeper than what my brief contact could have made. The impression was head-shaped, accompanied by a smaller depression that might have been made by a shoulder. The bedspread around it was wrinkled, as if someone had been lying there recently. I approached slowly, extending my hand toward the spot. The fabric was warm, unmistakably so, and carried a scent I recognized but couldn't place. Something floral but faded, like perfume that had been applied hours earlier. As I leaned closer, I heard it, the soft, rhythmic sound of breathing that wasn't my own. I jerked back, scanning the room for any sign of another presence. The closet door stood slightly ajar, though I was certain I'd closed it earlier. The breathing sound continued, so faint it might have been the building settling or air moving through vents, but the rhythm was too regular, too human. The apartment felt different now, charged with a presence that made my skin prickle. I moved toward the front door, but my steps felt sluggish, as if the air itself was trying to hold me back. The key that had turned so easily before now required effort, the metal grinding against metal in a way that set my teeth on edge. In the hallway, the elevator doors stood open, waiting. I was certain they'd been closed when I arrived, but now they gaped like a mouth, the interior lit with harsh fluorescent light that hurt my eyes after the apartment's dimness. I chose the stairs instead, my footsteps echoing in the stairwell with a hollow sound that seemed to come from somewhere other than my feet. Outside, the evening air felt thin and cold after the apartment's oppressive atmosphere. I looked up at the building, counting floors until I found the right window. A light glowed behind the blinds, warm and steady, though I was certain I'd left the apartment dark. The detective's theory about missing persons resolving themselves echoed in my mind as I walked to my car, but I couldn't shake the feeling that resolution wasn't the right word for what I'd experienced. The apartment held secrets that shifted and changed depending on who was looking for them. The truth seemed to exist in the spaces between what I'd observed and what I thought I understood. As I drove away, I found myself wondering if she'd really disappeared at all, or if she'd simply learned to exist in those spaces between perception and reality. The thought followed me home, settling into my mind like dust on an unused surface, waiting to be disturbed by the next person brave enough to look for answers in a place where questions multiplied like reflections in opposing mirrors. The case file would list her as missing, the investigation would eventually go cold, and life would continue around the absence she'd left behind. But I knew I'd return to that apartment, drawn by the certainty that something was waiting there, breathing quietly in the shadows, just beyond the reach of understanding. Story 10. I assured them it was nothing out of the ordinary, just a routine I followed with no deviations. They seemed satisfied, took notes, and continued. Yet the air weighed heavier in the living room, a dense musk of pine and something sour. My shoes left impressions in the thin layer of ash that seemed out of place on the polished wood. The windows cast shadows not quite aligned with the furniture, as if trying to hide something. A clock ticked unevenly, its rhythm persistent but flawed. I didn't let my eyes linger on the curtain swaying slightly, revealing nothing and too much. My sleeve still held the faintest smear. The routine was simple: check the locks, water the plants, sort the mail. I'd been doing it for months, maybe longer. Time moves strangely when you're performing the same actions in the same spaces. The key always stuck in the back door, requiring a gentle twist counterclockwise before it would turn. Such a small detail, but it became part of me. She never mentioned the key sticking. Not once in all our conversations about the house, about what needed doing. Strange how people forget to mention the things that matter most. The detective's pen made scratching sounds against his notepad, ballpoint on cheap paper. I know that sound well. I've made lists of my own, trying to piece together what happened, what I might have missed. The lists never help, they only multiply the questions. There was a photograph on the mantelpiece, face down. I'd noticed it before, but never thought to turn it over. Not my place to touch personal things. I was there to maintain, not to explore. But the morning I found the door already unlocked, I'd felt different about boundaries. The photograph showed 3 people at a lake, 2 women and a man, squinting against bright sunlight. One woman had her hand on the man's shoulder, casual but possessive. The other stood slightly apart, smiling but not reaching her eyes. I recognized the distant woman immediately, though she looked younger, less careful. I should have mentioned the photograph to the detectives, should have mentioned many things, but once you start editing your responses, it becomes difficult to know where honesty ends and self-preservation begins. The basement always smelled of damp concrete and old newspapers. I rarely went down there, only to check the water heater or replace a blown fuse. The stairs creaked in a pattern I'd memorized. 3rd step, 7th step, 9th step. That morning the pattern was different. Someone else had been using those stairs. In the basement, boxes lined the walls like silent witnesses. Most were labeled in neat handwriting. Winter clothes, books, kitchen items. One box had no label. Inside, I found letters tied with a faded ribbon, bills marked past due, and a small jewelry box that played a tune I couldn't identify when opened. The jewelry box was empty except for a thin layer of velvet and the outline where something oval had once rested. A necklace, perhaps, or a brooch. The absence felt more significant than any object could have been. I closed the box quickly, but the melody continued playing in my head for hours afterward. Melancholy and repetitive, like a music box running down. When the detective asked about my relationship with her, I said we were neighbors, friendly but not close. She paid me to watch the house when she traveled, which happened frequently. Business trips, she called them, though I never knew what kind of business. The truth was more complicated. We'd shared coffee on her back porch several mornings, talking about gardening and weather and the small dramas of suburban life. She had a way of listening that made ordinary thoughts seem profound. I found myself looking forward to those conversations more than I should have. She mentioned feeling watched sometimes, cars that followed her route home from the grocery store, phone calls with no one on the other end. I suggested she contact the authorities, but she laughed it off. Said she was probably being paranoid, that living alone made you imagine threats where none existed. The last time I saw her, she was loading suitcases into her car. More than usual. When I asked how long she'd be gone, she paused with her hand on the trunk lid and said she wasn't certain. Her smile seemed forced, distracted. She gave me the spare key and reminded me about the plants, but her voice carried an undertone I couldn't interpret. The plants were dying when I found them, not from neglect, but as if they'd been poisoned. The soil was dry despite my regular watering, and the leaves had turned an unnatural shade of yellow. I disposed of them quietly, replacing them with identical plants from the nursery. No one would notice the substitution. Except someone did notice. The new plants were arranged differently when I returned the following week. Turned to face the windows instead of the room, as if they were trying to see outside or signal to someone passing by. I began keeping notes after that, small details that might mean nothing individually but formed patterns when viewed together. The mail slot had been tampered with. Scratches around the lock suggested someone had tried to pick it. A window screen in the bedroom had been cut and carefully repaired. The notes filled a small composition book I kept in my jacket pocket. Reading them now, they seem like the observations of someone losing their grip on reality. But at the time, each detail felt crucial, part of a larger truth I was slowly uncovering. The detective asked to see my notes. I told him I didn't keep any, that I had a good memory for details. Another small lie in what was becoming a complicated web of omissions and half-truths. The truth is, I burned the notebook the night before they contacted me, watched the pages curl and blacken in my fireplace, releasing their secrets into smoke. Some knowledge becomes dangerous when it's written down, made permanent and shareable. But I remember everything. The way her coffee mug was always placed precisely in the center of the kitchen table. How she arranged her shoes by the front door, toes pointing toward the street as if ready for a quick escape. The sound of her laughter, which I only heard twice and never forgot. The morning I discovered the unlocked door, I also found evidence that someone had been sleeping in the guest bedroom. The pillow held the impression of a head, and the sheets were warm despite the empty house. I stood in the doorway for a long time, trying to decide what this meant and whether I should report it. Instead, I straightened the bedding and continued with my routine. Check the locks, water the plants, sort the mail. The familiar actions felt different now, weighted with new significance. The mail had been accumulating for weeks. Bills, advertisements, a few personal letters with return addresses I didn't recognize. One envelope was heavier than the others, containing what felt like a key. I held it up to the light, trying to see through the paper, but learned nothing. I never opened her mail. That would have been a clear violation of trust, but I organized it carefully, separating what looked important from obvious junk. The heavy envelope went into the important pile, where it seemed to pulse with unspoken secrets. When the police searched the house, they took the mail with them. I wondered if they would open that envelope, if they would discover what key it contained and what lock it was meant to open. I never found out. The detective with the scratchy pen asked if I'd noticed anyone else around the property. Visitors, service people, strangers walking by more frequently than normal. I told him about the postal worker who seemed to linger longer than necessary, the utility reader who came twice in 1 week, the jogger who always slowed down when passing her house. But I didn't mention the car that parked across the street on Tuesday evenings. Always the same spot, always the same time. The driver never got out, just sat behind tinted windows for an hour before driving away. I'd watched from my own window, curious but not alarmed. Privacy is precious in small neighborhoods. People have their reasons for sitting quietly in cars. Now I wonder if that car holds answers to questions I don't know how to ask. The house felt different after she disappeared, not empty but expectant, as if it were waiting for her return or preparing for something else entirely. The shadows moved differently. The floors creaked without footsteps. The air conditioning cycled on and off in patterns that seemed almost conversational. I continued my routine because stopping would have felt like abandonment. The plants needed water. The mail needed sorting. The locks needed checking. These small acts of maintenance became a form of vigil, though I couldn't say for what. The smear on my sleeve came from touching the basement door frame, something dark and slightly sticky that I initially mistook for old paint. Only later did I realize paint doesn't transfer so readily to fabric, doesn't carry that metallic scent that clings to your fingers long after contact. I washed the shirt immediately using hot water and bleach. The stain came out completely, leaving no trace, but the memory of that texture, that smell, remains vivid. Some impressions embed themselves too deeply to be cleaned away. The detectives thanked me for my cooperation and said they might have follow-up questions. I nodded and walked them to the door, maintaining the helpful neighbor persona I'd cultivated, but my hands were shaking as I turned the deadbolt behind them. That night I dreamed of music boxes and empty jewelry cases, of photographs face down and plants turning toward windows they couldn't see through. I woke with the taste of ash in my mouth and the sound of uneven ticking in my ears. The house across the street sits empty now, waiting for resolution or forgetting. I still have the spare key, though no one has asked for it back. Sometimes I hold it in my palm, feeling its weight and wondering what doors it might still open. The routine continues because routines are stronger than the people who create them. Check the locks, water the plants, sort the mail. But now each action feels like a prayer or a confession, and I'm no longer certain which.